weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings.
Good morning, City Council. The meeting will start momentarily. Can everyone please take their seats and silence their phones? The meeting will start momentarily. Can everyone please take their seats and silence their phones now? Thank you.
For public meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair.
Good morning. Can everyone please take their seats and silence their phones? Can everyone please take their seats and silence their phones? The meeting will start momentarily. Thank you.
Whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the sergeant at arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed object.
Good morning. Shh. Can I have your attention, please? Good morning, and welcome to today's City Council meeting. At this time, we would appreciate if you would take your seats, silence all of your listening devices. The council meeting will start momentarily, so please take your seats. Thank you.
Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and
Good morning,
other
members
small
of the City
handheld-
Council. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log into your devices. If you need any assistance, it will be available. Thank you.
by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago
Good morning, everyone. The council will come to order. Good morning. The council will come to order. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
Good morning, City Council. The quorum roll call is now open. The quorum roll call is now open. If you need help logging into your e-device, please raise your hand. I know we had some technical difficulties this morning, but we'll relog you in. Just raise your hand. Thank you. I will now call on those with the voice vote. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hopkins is present. Alderwoman Dow. Dow is present. Alderman Robinson. Not present in chambers. Alderman Hall. Not present in chambers. Alderman Mitchell. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Harris. Harris is present. Alderwoman Ramirez. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Gutierrez. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Coleman. Coleman is present. Alderman Curtis. Not present in chambers. Alderman O'Shea. Here. O'Shea is present. Alderman Mosley. Not present in chambers. Alderman Rodriguez. Not present.
Online.
Oh, I'll come back to you. Alderwoman Scott. Not present in chambers. Alderman Burnett. Not present in chambers. Alderman Talaferro. Talaferro is present. Alderwoman Cruz. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Rodriguez Sanchez is present. Alderman Conway.
Online.
Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Mitz. Not present in chambers. Alderman Vasquez. Not present in chambers. Alderman Napolitano. Not present in chambers. Alderman Riley. Not present in chambers. Oh, Alderman Riley is present. Alderman Gardner. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Manahappenworth. Present. Alderwoman Haddon. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Silverstein. Silverstein is present. Alderwoman Ramirez. Ramirez is present. Anyone else I missed in chambers? I will do the remote soon after. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very well. There are 32 members present. We do have a quorum. There are 4 members who have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Could you please confirm the online presence of Alders Burnett, Hall, Clay, and Mosley?
Alderman Hall.
Present.
Alderman Burnett.
Present.
Alderman Mosley.
Present.
Alderman Rodriguez.
Present.
Alderwoman Scott. Alderman Conway.
Present.
Alderwoman Clay.
Present.
Very well. The 3 additional Rodriguez, Conway, as well as Clay and Scott. Very well. All members, with the exception of Scott, have confirmed their presence online. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation? It's been moved. All those in favor of the remote participation of Alders Burnett, Hall, Clay, Mosley, Rodriguez, Conway, and Clay, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Please add those members to the quorum roll call, Madam Clerk.
And Alderwoman Cruz just walked in. We will add you to the quorum.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our invocation, which will be delivered today by Reverend Dr. Nicholas A. Pierce, founding senior pastor of Crosstown Community Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, ruler of nations and redeemer of neighborhoods, we thank you for the strength of our neighborhoods and for the resilience of our neighbors. We thank you for the beauty of our city and a garden, for the bold resolve of a people who forge ahead against the chilly winds of adversity and uncertainty. We thank you for the story that you are writing in Chicago. Now, God, as these leaders deliberate and decide the future of our city today, grant them the clarity to know what is best and the courage to do it. Give them conviction without cruelty, collaboration without compromise of conscience, and vision that stretches beyond the next news cycle to the next generation, to children yet unborn who will inherit the consequences of what is chosen today in this chamber. We lift before you today the unhoused, the unsafe, the undocumented, and the unseen, those navigating shelter systems and street corners, those navigating fear and food insecurity, those navigating paperwork and prejudice, those navigating despair in silence. Guard this chamber from protecting political power while neglecting our neighbors, from placing reputation over righteousness, compassion over convenience, and self-interest over service. We pray, Lord, that as they weigh budgets and policies, proposals and priorities, that you would remind them that every vote carries a face and every ordinance holds a destiny that can be shaped in its hands. Let your peace and joy abide today, even as we and the entire world pause to mourn the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. in this Black History Month, a son of this city, a preacher, humanitarian, and leader who called this nation to see the forgotten and to hear the silenced. We thank you for his witness that declared in word and work that faith belongs not only in sanctuaries, but in systems and in streets. May this chamber today take actions that inspire our city to keep hope alive, serve notice to the discouraged, the disinherited, and the disenfranchised, that they too can say, I am somebody. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. This is a portion of the meeting for public comments. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. Our first speaker today is Jessica Pfeiffer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica Pfeiffer, and my daughter swims with the Chicago Park District Swim Club. I am here today to ask Mayor Johnson and the City Council to support our swim program. Over the last several years, The CPD Swim Club has grown into a polished and talented team that competes against some of the best private clubs in the region. The coaches have expanded the program each year and have fostered athletes capable of winning regional and statewide competitions. The parents and coaches want the CPD Swim Club to rival private swim clubs and have worked hard to achieve this. As we speak, 130 kids are preparing for regional championships that will take place at the end of February. While the kids are rising to the challenge, the club overall is being constrained by a lack of necessary resources. Coaching hours are being restricted at this crucial time of the season. The team was initially withdrawn from the Delta Chase the Dream meet this weekend, which is the final opportunity for swimmers to qualify for regionals. Even more concerning, the swim club is on the verge of being relegated to a smaller pool this spring, which will result in dedicated swimmers having to be cut from the team. Looking long term, these budget and facility constraints will result in less inclusivity and pool time for our athletes. These changes go against the Chicago Park District's mission, as well as your administration's focus on youth investment and opportunity. We find this unacceptable. Over the past few weeks, the parents and boosters have risen to the occasion and forcefully advocated for the club and its swimmers. We have lobbied the Park District leadership and contacted our aldermen. After a meeting last week with Park District representatives, they agreed to reinstate the Delta Chase the Dream meet this coming weekend. We are so grateful for this, but it is not enough. We ask you, Mayor Johnson, and the City Council to work with the Chicago Park District to expand coaching roles and increase payroll hours in order to grow the program further, as we are a club creating inclusivity and accessibility for all socioeconomic situations. Further investment is required for our continued growth. We want Coach Alex to be given a full-time position with the title of head coach. We need to increase our pool space, not see it cut back. Due to limited Park District pool space and trouble collaborating with the Chicago Public Schools, the CPD Swim Club is on the verge of having to cut more than 20
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Dr. Sandy A. Norman.
Well, first, I want to honor God. I honor you, Mayor Johnson. I honor every alderman here at City Council and all our respectable organizations. And I do want to honor the late Reverend Jesse Jackson during this Black History Month. I want to talk about political retribution on today. And I hope that I have the attention of every alderman that's here on this morning. Last night in my neighborhood, which is Bronzeville, even though I work on the west side and the south side of Chicago, there was a young man that was shot down and killed in Bronzeville. All over the city of Chicago, we continue to have deaths. We even had a young lady that actually worked for the city of Chicago that passed away and that died due to gun violence. And so as I heard the eloquent prayers of the pastor, and I'm also a pastor as well, and he talked about the neighborhoods. The reason why I'm here is because I'm actually in the neighborhoods. And so I don't just talk, in front of, city council, but I spend my life on the street. I spend my life in the neighborhoods where all of the tragedies and things that the pastor prayed about are actually going on. And I continue to come down here. I continue to champion, even for my organization, for those that don't get funding, for those that don't get the seat at the table, but that consistently, do the work. I want to say to you, Mayor Johnson, that I have been experiencing political retribution. Just because, I've respected everybody, all of you aldermen that are here. I have never disrespected anybody in city council chambers. I've been honorable and I've been respectable to everyone. But it is my amendment right, if I disagree I can be peaceable and disagree, and I shouldn't have to, be retaliated against. I want to bring to your awareness that I was nominated by a caucus, but because my attorney told me that there were things that I couldn't say, for an award for being a trailblazer here in the city of Chicago for the work that I do in violence intervention, where I got a call that award was snatched back for no apparent reason. Also, Mayor Johnson, your sister, she came on my page and attacked me, but she did send a message saying that she wanted to talk. But I believe that when you attack somebody publicly, the right thing to do is to issue a public apology, because that affects people like me. And when we talk about, the RFPs and the funding, and when you have people that are in position and power to give you the funding, and then you have the gatekeepers and the people, as I'm experiencing, that don't like you, how am I supposed to get funded? How am I supposed to get help? And so I want this to be put on public record that I've been honorable to you, Mayor Johnson. I've been honorable and respect.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Jeremy Diedick.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor Johnson, Madam President, and members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Diedick. I'm the co-founder of a wellness retail boutique in Roscoe Village called Covington's Cabinet. We sell and specialize in plant-based wellness products, including CBD, CBG, hemp cannabinoids that would be forced to close next month without the mayor's thoughtful veto of the hemp ordinance passed last month. The ordinance effectively banned almost all consumable hemp-derived products from sale, including CBD. Many of you are okay with that because you, like all of us, don't want intoxicating products getting into the hands of children. While I don't agree that this flawed ban and its new loopholes was the way to address that, at least I understood the rationale. But that was before you, City Council, agreed to an egregious, unprecedented carve-out for intoxicating THC beverages and highly concentrated THC additives in bars, restaurants, and bowling alleys, with up to 10 milligrams of any type of THC per serving. I ask you to consider how radical the policy you passed truly was. It was one of the most aggressive expansions of THC use in the country without proportional caution and planning to do so responsibly. There are a handful of jurisdictions in the U.S. that have passed legislation allowing the sale of prepackaged THC drinks in bars and restaurants. But in those instances, they carefully built out extensive guardrails for safety, and all of them require a special hemp license along with an alcohol license. Chicago did none of this. Bars are already fast-paced, high-risk environments. Mixing consumption of alcohol and THC significantly increases impairment, and insurers certainly won't cover mixed use because of the serious known risks. But the deepest concern is the additives carve-out. For the first time anywhere in the U.S., Chicago would have allowed on-site mixing of highly concentrated THC additives in liquid, powder, or crystal form into drinks in bars and entertainment venues. Not prepackaged, pre-measured products, but open handling and mixing in environments already centered around inebriating alcohol. Unlike other places that allow carefully planned mixed use, Chicago passed its extraordinary expansion with no requirements for hemp-specific licensing, training, dosing education, or impairment recognition training. Meanwhile, responsible hemp retailers like us, who operate in controlled environments, check IDs, and only sell to those over the age of 21, sell third-party tested and accurately labeled products, and none of this junk that should be off the market that's packaged as look-alike candy or counterfeit snacks. And we spend our days educating customers who have been forced to close even for selling non-intoxicating items. This, among other flaws and new loopholes in the ordinance, defy logic. Chicago got extremely lucky this ordinance was vetoed by the mayor. This body has a responsibility to steward public safety.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Priscilla Rodriguez.
Good morning. I hope everyone is well this morning. So my name is Brisa Rodriguez, and my daughter is a part of the Chicago Park District Swim Club. I have taken the time to come speak to City Council because I feel that it is not only the present kids in the club deserve it, but all the future kids from our city as well. The swim club is comprised of 140 kids. It is full of diversity and from every corner of the city. I recognize that we are lucky to have this opportunity, but it shouldn't be about luck. It should be about our social equity and support from our council members and mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we often speak in this chamber about the tale of two cities and the need to close the opportunity gap. Yet in youth athletics, we have quietly accepted a pay-to-play system, where elite training is treated as a luxury good available only to families who can afford private club fees. Chicago can lead the way in changing the narrative of pay-to-play sports. We need to treat the athletic talent exactly the way we treat academic talent in our magnet schools. When we identify a brilliant mathematician in a public school, we don't ask if their parents can afford the textbook. We invest in that child because their potential is a civic asset. We need to apply the same logic to Chicago Park District Swim Club and really any other club that would give our kids the same equity they would otherwise not be able to afford. True equity isn't about giving everyone a place to splash around. It's about giving a child from the south side the same exact pathway to the Olympic podium as the child from the north side. And to do this, we must respect the labor. We need full-time salaried coaches. We cannot build world-class athletes with gig economic labor. We're asking for 9 staff. At the moment, we have 5. Our kids spend up to 8 to 10 hours a week training, and the coaches train our kids' body and mind to get them ready for the meets, regional, states, and zone. With limited staff, we have limited training. Second, the city must support these athletes citywide. We have a central location, which is Whitney at the moment, but that will be moved to Sheridan Park, which will include 20 cuts. So we have to tell 20 kids that they're no longer in the club, even though they have the talent. So we need a pool on the south side. We're asking for a pool on the south side and a pool on the north side. And this gives every swimmer in our parks a fair opportunity at their dream. We have high schools, park district pools that are available for use and are not being used at the moment. Please give us access to these pools and the required staff security that's needed to run it. If we have the coach's passion to teach, the child has the drive and ambition to learn and excel. The parents have the support. All we need is our city to have our back. If they believe they can be, our kids believe they can be Olympians, who are we to tell them otherwise? Who are we to clip our kids' wings and put limitations? Your child's potential is not limited by your bank account. If they have the drive, the city of Chicago has to have their back. Done.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Alex Fitzgerald.
Hi all, good morning. Thank you so much for your attention. My name is Alex Fitzgerald. I'm a former employee of Chicago Animal Care and Control. It's an often overlooked city department that does absolutely vital work for our communities in very difficult conditions and with a very tight budget. The mayor recently announced he is appointing Susan Capello to the position of permanent executive director. Ms. Capello was appointed to the leadership position of deputy director in 2021. Since that time, shelter animal deaths have increased by 187.3%, and owner-requested euthanasias have increased by 110.4%. The percentage of dogs dying in the shelter has doubled, and 7.2 fewer stray dogs are being returned to their owners. Thanks to the hard work of CACC staff and volunteers, great progress was made in increasing cat adoptions in 2025. Unfortunately, the same success was not seen for dogs. Dog adoptions were 15.4% lower than they were in 2019, and more dogs admitted to the shelter were euthanized than adopted. The first and easiest step in addressing these issues is to implement industry standard best practices throughout the shelter. A knowledgeable animal welfare professional with experience managing a municipal shelter is going to be best equipped to accomplish this. For that reason, I and other animal welfare advocates are asking the mayor and the city council to wait to appoint an executive director until a national search for a highly qualified candidate can be performed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Chris B.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, ladies and gentlemen of City Council. Happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about an issue that's important to me, but probably won't be all that important to you. There's a ton of topics today. You're going to go through 1,000 different motions. So let me not talk about the minutia of this, but use it as an example and something that actually should scare and sort of frighten, I think, most people who count on City Council to care about the details and count on City Council to be transparent with what you're doing for Chicagoans. So let me take a step back. I have a small zoning critique, I suppose. There's a portion of a public alley that's being given to a private developer that is basically being railroaded through zoning. It was not announced to us until February 10th that there was going to be an ordinance today. Now, we didn't even know what that was, how that was going to materialize. So February 10th, we get told there's going to be an ordinance, okay? Can't wait to see it. February 11th, no update. 12th, 13th, no update. Yesterday morning at 8 a.m., we get the first peek at what I'm talking about today, despite the fact that this piece of paper had been on the alderman's desk, Alderman LaSpada's desk, since December 15th of 2025. So think about that. He sat on this for more than 2 months, and I had to spend last night reading 25 pages of legal text to understand what I was going to stand up and talk about today. That's not my job. That's not, our job. That's your job. So let's take a step back and say the obligation is to care about the details. Imagine watching the movie Titanic. I love it. Big ship nerd. Imagine turning it off halfway through and thinking, man, that was a great movie about a guy on a boat. Like, you have to keep watching and keep reading the next part. So on that note, I want to read the next part of that ordinance. So we give that 9 feet to a private developer, citing a city council determination in 1924. And that vacates 9 feet of a public alley to a private entity, who then later sold it to an additional private entity. Now, if you turned the page, the next page of that city council ordinance says that vacation is subject to a stipulation that it be used purely for educational, charitable, or religious purposes. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I knew to turn the page and read the next sentence. And I wonder, if we had turned the page and read the next sentence of the parking deal, would we be in the situation we are today? We rely on you guys to care about the details, and right now there's an ordinance before you, record number 0023201, that relies on specious and illegal seizure of public land. And I shouldn't have to be the one telling you that, but the Department of Law looked at it and the Department of Transportation looked at it, and nobody noticed until someone actually read the next page. Please be better.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Irene Jordan.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Irene. I am a current volunteer at Chicago Animal Care and Control. I am here today to respectfully ask that you consider removing the current administration. In my experience, they are failing not only the animals in our care, but the communities we are meant to serve. Speaking out as a volunteer is incredibly difficult. Previous volunteers who raised concerns were dismissed, and as a result, many are afraid to come forward. It is my sincere hope that there will be no retaliation against me for being here today and advocating for the animals. CACC needs new leadership, a director with strong animal welfare expertise, transparency, and genuine compassion. We cannot move forward to make meaningful progress without it. Under the current administration, it has become extremely difficult, if not impossible, to implement positive changes. Volunteers are not heard, concerns are dismissed, and there is a lack of transparency. The shelter conditions are unsanitary. Animals that arrive healthy are too often leaving on urgent status due to illness contracted inside the facility. Euthanasia rates are alarmingly high, and our live release rate is unacceptably low. I respectfully ask that you conduct a nationwide search for a new executive director, someone with proven experience in progressive animal welfare leadership. operational reform, and community engagement. Today, Alder Cruz and Alder Villegas will be circulating a letter to perform a nationwide search for a qualified candidate for the executive director position. I'm urging you, everyone, to sign on and support this effort. We need the best possible leadership, not a convenient appointment. The animals in our care deserve better. The volunteers who dedicate their time deserve to be heard. And the residents of Chicago deserve an animal care system that reflects compassion, accountability, and professionalism. Thank you to the City Council members who have chosen to support us, and we hope that you continue to support us even after the recent appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is the Chicago Conservative.
Good morning, City Council. First, I actually just want to apologize on behalf of Brandon Johnson for ignoring the young lady that was just speaking there, for speaking for the animals' rights. And let me continue here. I was watching one of your recent videos of you saying that you never told a lie. So you raised property taxes when you promised you wouldn't. You promised that crime would go down when it's not. Reports of crime is down though, but not crime within itself. I just want to let everybody know that crime itself is not down. Nobody voted for you to fund illegal migrants, Brandon Johnson, and we know this is happening because Melissa Hortman, a Democrat in Minnesota, voted against funding for illegal migrants, the only Democrat, by the way, and she was murdered for it. She was murdered actually by someone who was appointed by Tim Walz, sir. So I just want you guys to think about that as well. So we know this is happening, which is the main reason why the president is withholding federal funds in Chicago, because he is afraid that you will fund illegal migrants. And honestly, I'm afraid that you will do that too. How are you going to allow 9 janitors to be fired when you have 150 police detail and that costs you $22 million a year? You can't cut a few cops to save a few jobs? You mean to tell me your safety is that important, Brandon Johnson? Absolutely disgraceful. Instead, you want to hang out with a China-loving, dog-shocking communist like Hassan Piker. Why are you streaming, dude? People are out here dying. I'm serious. You was just on 79th, right? You saw 24 shots get let off. People are dying out here. You don't got time to stream. Do you understand that? And I'm being serious, dude. Absolutely disgraceful. You want to defund the police, and your executive order means nothing. You cannot hold federal agents accountable, bro. It's called supremacy clause. That means federal law is the highest law of the land, okay? The executive order that you signed, that was a waste of time and ink, if I'm being honest with you. So we are American patriots. We are Chicago patriots. How many people have to die because of your poor leadership? Watchdogs has recently found that we are actually $41.1 billion in debt. It's not even 1.5. So where is all the money going, Mr. Brandon Johnson? We want to know that. And I know it's Black History Month, ladies and gentlemen, but Brandon Johnson, you got to stop being racist, dude. Like, this is a problem, man. Everybody is people. We all shed red blood. I understand that, tribalism is a thing and stuff like that, but we are all the same in the eyes of God, Brandon Johnson. Stop being racist. It doesn't look good for you, okay?
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Raza Girstakis.
Good morning. My name is Raza Girstakis, and today Alder Cruz and Alder Villegas will circulate a letter related to the Executive Director position at Chicago Animal Care and Control, CACC. Thanks to Alder Cruz and Alder Villegas for your support, and thank you to the alders who have already committed to signing on. We hope you continue to honor your commitment, even with the recent appointment. We're urging additional alders to sign on and support as well. I'm here speaking on behalf of CACC volunteers who are afraid to speak up. Current and former volunteers took an anonymous survey about their experiences at CACC, and here's what they had to say. People have no idea how toxic the internal culture of CACC is. It is extremely politicized and cliquey. You are either in or out, and that heavily impacts your ability to operate as a volunteer. There is a hush-hush culture that silences volunteers from speaking out about issues due to fear of retaliation. If you are too loud about issues or even just unliked for reasons, they will shut you out socially or find a way to get rid of you. I've left in tears so many times, not just because of how heartbreaking it is for the animals, but by how I've been treated by staff and other volunteers. The lack of strong leadership at CACC has allowed toxic personalities amongst both staff and volunteers to rise and fester. This has impacted the volunteer community, fostering an environment where we're no longer allowed to discuss or debate dog handling policies and procedures. Feedback is not wanted, in some cases gets people suspended or fired. CACC staff has a my way or the highway mindset. I'm afraid of speaking up because of retaliation. Other volunteers are cliquey, and there's only one volunteer who I trust and I would consider a friend. I've been bullied by volunteers, talked down to by staff, and kept quiet about the disgusting conditions inside the facility, although anyone with eyes can see it's unsanitary and unsafe. I don't think the administration has the best interests of the animals at heart. This culture of fear seeps into every aspect of animal care and control. Staff and supervisors rely on outdated, heavy-handed methods that make already vulnerable animals even more fearful and stressed. Dogs are dragged down hallways, catch poles are used unnecessarily, and cats are scruffed or prodded under the guise of testing sociability. Staff have no or little training in small animal exotics or wildlife, leaving rabbits, guinea pigs, and other species without basic necessities. Enclosures are often smeared with feces, urine, and blood, compounding animal distress. In short, staff lacking training in animal behavior, fear-free handling, and modern, humane care, leaving animals to suffer needlessly. It's a really toxic environment in general, though a lot of us have our hearts in the right places. Lots of favoritism and nefarious behavior between certain staff and certain volunteers. Best policies and practices don't seem to be followed, nor is continued education on the in-shelter staff's welfare. We are in desperate need of an experienced leader with a proven track record in animal welfare. A lot of long-term staff do whatever they want, whenever and however they want, and it has created a divide in the shelter as well as amongst volunteers. CACC needs a fresh start. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Grace Larson.
Hi, I'm Grace Larson from Parks for All. Anyone who has spent even the smallest amount of time trying to navigate Chicago's shelter and housing system knows just how insufficient that system is. I've watched people spend hours on borrowed phones trying to find a place in a shelter, only to be told to call back the next day to start the process over again. If you need further evidence that the city is failing to provide for its unhoused residents, I will point to the fact that when we at Parks for All ran our own emergency warming night, city-sponsored orgs, alder offices, and even DFSS sent people to us as the best available option. Afterwards, multiple alder offices reached out either directly or indirectly for information about how we did that. Despite all of that, we're not here to ask the city actually provide for the needs of its poorest residents. Well, obviously it should, our ask is much smaller. All that we are here to ask is that the city not actively make things worse by closing Legion Park. The first act of the 5-year plan cannot and should not be a sweep. Sweeps, whether you call them sweeps, closures, or whatever the name will be next week, are horrific. They destroy property, traumatize everyone who lives through them, and leave people isolated and disconnected from services and support. No one who stays and watches the city employees use heavy machinery in their own hands to rip down tents and throw everything someone has into dumpsters while laughing thinks that they're watching something good. No one can watch someone cry while they hold what little they have and think that it's a solution. You can pretend that an AME is the solution, but even the most successful AMEs take months of preparation to help people gather documents, and then people wait more months to actually move into that housing. The AME that is being whispered about for Legion is being done without that preparation and with no real plan to ensure that people will even be able to participate. Will the city be providing translators for the Tagalog speakers in Legion? What about Rohingya? Have the workers who are doing the city's outreach even raised this as a concern? Because the signs posted saying that the park will be closed certainly aren't translated into anything other than English and Spanish. The lack of preparation exposes the AME for what it obviously is, a way for a progressive city to pat itself on its back while enacting the same cruelty that we condemn when it comes from the right. Closures aren't about protecting the unhoused. They're about placating the wealthy who see parks not as public goods, but as their own private playgrounds and ways to increase their property value. They should not be granted final say over the well-being of unhoused residents in this city. Stop the sweep of Legion Park.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Very well, thank you. That completes the portion of our meeting for public comments. Before we get to our resolutions and our acknowledgments, I would like to make a few remarks regarding the late, great Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., who we lost yesterday, at which point, after my remarks, I would ask that this body join me in a moment of silence in his memory. And I do know that this body will continue to honor Reverend Jackson's life and legacy at the next city council meeting. You know, yesterday our nation lost one of the most consequential civil rights leaders of our time. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. was not just a great humanitarian, but he was a freedom fighter and a towering voice for justice. To me, he was a dear friend, a mentor, and a role model. As an organizer, and at the time in which I was campaigning, I could always count on him for advice, prayers, and words of encouragement. But his family was also available to me. I do remember a personal note when I was experiencing one of the more difficult times in my time as an organizer in this city, and Reverend Jackson reminded me that before people were on that Edmund Pettus Bridge, it took an awful lot to organize city to city to get to Selma. And that today everybody and their mother was on that bridge, but in reality, wasn't the case. That in most instances, transformation and change takes place by just the work of a hand few. His wisdom and guidance had a profound impact on me and my family, and I'm grateful for him forever. Our entire city owes Reverend Jackson a debt of gratitude for his life's work. Reverend Jackson's impact is felt around the world as he shed light on issues of injustice here at home and abroad. But here in Chicago, we were blessed with the Reverend Jackson's presence and his local leadership. Reverend Jackson was called to lead Operation Bread Basket in Chicago by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1964, and he fought for the people of Chicago ever since. Together, Dr. King and Reverend Jackson made Chicago a battleground for fair housing, equity, and economic justice. They spread a message of empowerment, equality, and justice worldwide. And when Dr. King was gone, Reverend Jackson courageously carried the movement forward. Reverend Jackson later founded the Rainbow Push Coalition and cemented his role as a Chicago-based national civil rights leader, changing our city forever. While his mission centered around the strength and liberation of the Black community, his message and advocacy extended to all who needed empowerment. No matter what the issue or challenge, he stood on the side of working people, consistently affirmed their humanity by fighting for equal access to education, housing, employment, and of course for health care. In doing so, he cultivated a rainbow of power that could weather any storm. Reverend Jackson worked towards equality and justice for decades and decades, and still his impact will live on. He helped raise millions of dollars for college scholarships. He registered millions of new voters during his historic presidential runs, and he provided economic empowerment and opportunities for so many people. Those actions create a ripple effect of transformation throughout our communities and spanning for generations. Reverend Jackson spent his life uplifting others because, according to him, we all are somebody. He preached that the flame of hope exists in all of us, and we have the power to ignite and unify that flame in our neighbors and secure a future where we can all thrive. As we lift up his life and wrap our arms around his loved ones, let us honor Reverend Jackson with action. He believed in humanity and progress against all odds, and we all should strive to do the same. We can best honor Reverend Jackson by certainly keeping hope alive and active. We do that by organizing with our neighbors, advocating on their behalf, and investing in the people of our beloved city. In the loving memory of Reverend Jackson, let us go forth in building a just, equitable, and thriving city and a nation. We certainly stand on the shoulders of his life today. In closing, I would like to challenge all of us to pray for Mrs. Jackson, their children, of course, and their dear grandchildren. I pray for everyone who had the great privilege of knowing him and working with him, and most of all, loving Reverend Jackson. So thank you, and now, if you would, please join me in a standing moment of silence. Thank you. And again, I appreciate the body's commitment to honoring Reverend Jackson's life and legacy in the next City Council meeting. First, I would like to ask leave for this body to allow Clerk Valencia to address this body to honor Imelda Salazar from SWAP Chicago to the chamber. Leave? Very well. Madam Clerk. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
President, I'd like to be added for the purpose of the quorum roll call.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Want to be recorded as present for purposes of quorum.
Chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
I too like to be recorded as present of roll call.
The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request the same, just be kind of for roll call.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
And same, please, President.
Alderman Curtis.
Who would like to be recorded as present as quorum?
Alderwoman Haddon.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recorded as present. Thank you.
Alder Gutierrez.
I would like to be recorded as present for quorum.
Very well. Please add all of those members. Alder Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to be added for attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please add all those members to the quorum roll call.
Got it.
Madam Clerk.
Today, I have the honor of elevating a true civic leader and celebrate her well-deserved retirement for over 25 years, Imelda Salazar. Please stand, Imelda. She has served her community and our city with strength, compassion, focus, and sheer determination. She has dedicated her life's work to advocating and supporting our immigrant communities, making sure our residents were seen for their humanity and their rights were protected. Thanks to Imelda's work and leadership, all immigrants have access to a driver's license regardless of immigration status. Undocumented seniors and adults have access to health care. Creation of the Chicago Legal Protection Fund, the nation's first city-funded immigrant legal defense program. She played a central role in Reclaiming Southwest, a long-term initiative that has rehabilitated hundreds of abandoned properties into affordable, owner-occupied homes in neighborhoods including Chicago Lawn, Gage Park, and West Lawn. She contributed to Reclaiming Chicago community-led effort to build or rehabilitate 2,000 affordable homes on the south and west sides. Her advocacy also supported the creation of the Immigration Division of the Cook County Public Defender's Office and helped keep dozens of families together, preventing deportations. But more than any of her accomplishments, and there are many, she has always remained in the background, never boasting or bragging about her work, always willing to let others shine, lifting up the work of other community navigators, leaders, and elected officials. She has always shown up to celebrate others, and today is her day to stand in the sun, and to be recognized and remembered for not just her work, but for who she is. She is a faith-driven, kind, persistent, passionate warrior who will leave a legacy of strong, courageous, and kind warriors prepared and ready to take up the mantle of justice. I know many of these young leaders, and our future is certainly brighter knowing that they have been prepared by Imelda. As you transition to your next chapter and journey, I hope you remember Mark 25, verse 21. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have made us all proud, and we are grateful for your service and friendship. Mil gracias, mi hermana. Vaya con Dios, Imelda. Felicidades. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, thank you, I believe Chairman Hopkins. Is anybody? The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be remiss not to offer some words for Imelda. Imelda, I've known you for 25 years. We've worked on a lot of good things together. You are a great Chicagoan. Thank you for everything that you have done for the West Lawn community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Imelda, de todo corazón, te damos las gracias por todo el trabajo que has hecho, no solo por el suroeste de Chicago, pero por todos nuestros residentes de esta bella ciudad. Te llevas una parte de nuestro corazón y nos quedamos con una parte del tuyo, porque has dado bastante a nuestras comunidades, no tenemos cómo agradecerte ese arduo trabajo y hemos aprendido de ti. And yes, Imelda, being bilingual is our superpower, and I know you have that one too. And we really appreciate you so much. We love you dearly, we're gonna miss you, but we would love to thank you. There's no words I could explain and could thank you enough for all the great work you've done, not only for the southwest side of Chicago, but for the whole city, this precious city that we have. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for standing strong. Thank you for all your work. And let's continue to build together, because I know whatever you're going to be, you're going to keep fighting and keep us posted on your next endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Hopkins would like to honor Ted Rabelski, 40 years of service with the Sheffield Neighborhood Association Board. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of a good friend and neighbor in my ward and in the community that I happen to live in, Sheffield Neighbors Association. Ted Rabelski first moved to the community in 1975, and he promptly fell in love with his neighborhood. And he did what all good civic leaders do when you fall in love with the community. You ask yourself, what is it about this neighborhood that makes me love it so, and how can I make those things better? And he promptly dedicated the next 45 years of his life as a civic leader, as a lawyer, and as a resident of Lincoln Park to enhancing the community in every way that a person possibly can. He's now stepping down from the board of Sheffield Neighbors after 45 years of outstanding service, and we couldn't let this moment pass without not only an acknowledgement for his outstanding work and his contributions, which are evident to anyone who knows the area, the involvement in development proposals and questions of consequence for a growing neighborhood like Lincoln Park. It never ends. There's always something to get involved in. There's always questions and controversies, even arguments. And Ted shied away from none of them and consistently did the right thing on behalf of his neighbors for 45 years. So we honor him today with this resolution. And I would also like to yield to my neighbor, 43rd Ward Alderman Timmy Knutson, who represents the other half of the Sheffield Neighbors area. Mr. President, if you would.
I will. Chair recognizes Alder Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to echo what Alderperson Hopkins said, which is a huge congrats to Ted on so many years of service and commitment. In addition to service and commitment, as Alderperson Hopkins mentioned, Ted brought a real expertise to all the projects that he represented on the Sheffield Neighbors, and the community is greater because of it. As Alderman Hopkins mentioned, it wasn't only Sheffield Neighbors. He's been committed through so many other groups, and talking to Ted before this meeting today, we've got another meeting in a week with DePaul. I know that Ted's service is going nowhere. it's shown when you walk through the neighborhood, and I'm just grateful for you, Ted. And I want to say thank you to all the advocates who came from Sheffield Neighbors today to congratulate Ted. And also, if I may, one more, Mayor, to acknowledge former Alderperson Vi Daly, who used to sit in this seat, who is in chambers, very subtly. Vi has floor privileges. I reminded her of that, and I'm hoping she comes down a little bit. But congratulations, Ted, and thank you, Alderperson Hopkins.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Alderman Hopkins?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask also for a recognition in the form of a round of applause for Mr. Robleski, and then move unanimous approval in the omnibus.
Well. Alderman Wagisbeck, did you wish to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Alderman. I also wanted to congratulate Ted on the great work that he's done over several decades. And I don't know exactly how many, but he's probably worked with a good dozen aldermen in that area, which shows his longevity and his commitment over many different mayors, but also aldermen. And all the time that I've worked with him, he's been a great person to work with the entire board, and the type of person that we need in each one of our neighborhood groups who really kind of bolsters the community and make sure it functions as we want the whole city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ted. And you got a chance to hang out with Buddy Guy. What a gift. Yeah, very well. All right, let's give it up one more time, you all, for Ted, please. Thank you, sir. Chairwoman Harris would like to welcome AmeriCorps young adults on their quarterly visit to City Hall. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. Good morning, City Year. Could you all stand? I'm honored to welcome City Year here today. On a real personal note, this organization has been more than helpful to my community. They have volunteered for events all across the 8th Ward, so I really want to say thank you to them for what they do. But Dr. Palmer Pratt, who is over there working there, is a young lady I've known for far too many years, and I'm not going to even go back and tell people how old I am, but I'm happy that she's here now, and it makes me really happy to see her today. So today they brought 18 City Year AmeriCorps members with them for this City Council meeting. For those that don't know, City Year Chicago serves 30 schools across the Chicagoland area. And AmeriCorps members, many of the responsibilities that they're instilling in these young folks: confidence, perseverance, and hope in students, allowing them the opportunity to develop skills such as tenacity and compassion, leadership, and hard work. The impact of City Year AmeriCorps members is truly transformative, and they work in some of the most complex and under-resourced environments in our city, striving to understand firsthand the challenges that students face and the power of consistent, caring support. So let's give them, make y'all stand, we'll do some homework. Come on, let's stand and give these young folks an applause for their commitment, their service to develop the next generation. I'd like to thank my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. Next up was Alderwoman Lee. She's going to honor Let's Boogie records and tapes. 1976 was a good year. Congratulations on your 50th. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the opportunity to today welcome to City Council Jason Keller, who's the son of Neil Keller, the founder of Let's Boogie Records and Tapes, a business that has been in my community in Bridgeport for 50 years. So first and foremost, I want to thank you and your family for continuing to have your business in our neighborhood. It's a rarity that we see businesses open as long as your business has been, and it is iconic on Halsted. So I look forward to visiting with you on the actual anniversary in March. Really thrilled to have you here. I'm sorry that your mother couldn't make it to be with us here today. And I know that thoughts of your father, Neil, today especially, and when we celebrate in March, we'll be with everybody. Thank you again, and congratulations on the big anniversary.
Congratulations. Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. Chairman Irvin would like to welcome Reverend Marshall Hatch Jr. and the Ma'afa Redemption Project to its annual visit to City Hall. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. As the mayor stated, we have with us the Ma'afa Redemption Project from the West Garfield Park community. If you all would stand to be recognized, as well as their executive director, Reverend Marshall Hatch Jr., who's just been honored as one of Time's 100 youngest leaders in our country. So I want to welcome them and give them a hand. Let me just say this. The work that Ma'afa has done in the West Garfield Park community, the lives that they've touched, the lives that they have changed. I've seen some of the hardest people that I experienced in the West Garfield Park community's hearts change toward God and the work that they're doing. So again, they're to be welcomed and to be commended for the work that they're doing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Irvin. Chairwoman Haddon would like to celebrate Joe McCarthy on his retirement from being the city's senior forester as part of the Department of Streets and Sanitation. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's with bittersweet feelings that I rise to recognize Joe McCarthy, nicknamed Beetle Joe. For those of you who have dealt with tree issues, all of my colleagues, I think you know, trees are maybe one of our most surprisingly controversial issues. Joe started in what he thought might be a temporary job and has spent more than 35 years serving the residents of the city of Chicago with kindness, with patience, and with expertise. He is an expert in urban forestry, which wasn't even a field. I think he told us when he exited college, urban forestry didn't really exist. I've had the pleasure of working with Joe in his role on our Urban Forestry Advisory Board. He's been a mentor and just a fount of knowledge for residents, for older people, for staff. And Joe, we really appreciate the 35 plus years that you've given to this city. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, you might get 2 standing ovations. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea. He's not finished yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. I won't say anything near as prophetic as my colleague Alderman Haddon to warrant a standing ovation, but I can tell you Joe McCarthy in his 35 plus dedicated years to the city of Chicago in the Bureau of Forestry as part of the Department of Streets and Sanitation has been an exemplary leader. At a time when our tree canopy was facing a very serious threat many years ago, the Asian longhorn beetle that some of you might remember. It was Mayor Daley that tasked Joe McCarthy get on this and help us save as many trees as we can. Joe hails from the 19th Ward. He's a product of St. Rita, and actually he graduated in 4 years. But Joe McCarthy is someone that all of us should be proud of, a city worker that always did what was best for the taxpayers, always did what was best for government, and was so dedicated, as many of us could attest. We could call Joe at night, we could call Joe on a weekend. He was the one that went out and made sure when we were doing major products involving water management or people's gas where they'd be disturbing earth, that he would save as many trees as possible. And someone who's very proud of the tree canopy in my community, I appreciate his dedication. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, Joe.
Alderman Quinn, would you like your lick back? No, you're good. All right. We do have a couple of resolutions today. One resolution will be celebrating Black History Month. The other is a memorial resolution for Brenda Langstrat Bowie. And Alderwoman Harris, could you move for the temporary suspension of the rules?
I move for the temporary suspension of rules. to
Very
allow
well.
us
Hearing
to-
no objections, so ordered. In the interest of time, we will forego the reading of the resolutions and go straight to remarks. For our first, we recognize Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues and members of the public. Today I rise with great pride and honor to honor a living legend, a son of Louisiana who helped define the sound of Chicago, Mr. Buddy Guy.
Thank you. Did you hear me?
Just a second, Mr. Buddy Guy, we do want to give you an opportunity to speak, but if you would allow us to give you the last word, final word, if that's okay. I know you got to, basically he's saying y'all got to hurry up is what he's saying. So we got you. We're going to have these alders speak briefly, and then we'll give you a chance to address the body. Is that okay? All right, Lamont, now you don't hurt him now. He's ready to go.
For decades, Buddy Guy has carried the torch of Chicago blues across this nation and around the world. He unmistakably is soul, Mr. Mayor. His guitar style, emotional storytelling, fearless stage presence didn't just entertain audiences, they reshaped America and America's music. From influencing rock icons to mentoring the next generation of artists, his fingerprints are all over the soundtrack of modern music. But what makes this moment especially meaningful in Chicago's role is his story. See, the city became the home where his sound electrified, evolved, and echoed far beyond our borders. The blues are not just music here, they are a history, resilience, migration, and cultural experiences, woven into the fabric of neighborhoods across the South and West Sides. I would say also North and East Sides. Buddy Guy represents more than musical excellence. He represents perseverance. He represents innovation. He represents the power of culture to tell stories when words alone fall short. As we honor him today, we are also honoring Chicago's legacy as the world capital of the blues. A city that continues to nurture creativity, celebrate authenticity, and inspire generations to pick up a guitar, step on stage, and tell their truths. I would be remiss if I did not thank the Guy family who was here with Mr. Guy today for allowing us to have him and to keep his living legacy alive right in the 4th Ward at Buddy Guy's Legends at 700 South Wabash. Mr. Guy, on the behalf of the City Council, behalf of the City of Chicago, and the 4th Ward, thank you for your artistry, your influence, and your lifelong contribution to America's music. Your legacy will continue to ring out loud and proud for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Irvin. Very well. Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this resolution. I want to thank my colleague for bringing this forward. I've had the pleasure growing up in the blues, and the blues right in my heart. and actually performing under so many great performers under his leadership, Joe Pratt, Mike Wheeler, Killer Ray Allison, who used to be his drummer. And I actually was talking with his son probably a year ago last year, and we was trying to make this moment happen on his birthday last year. But of course, we didn't do that. But it's such a pleasure for you to be honored now on your, what is this, 89 or 90? 90? 90 years old, Buddy Guy. If you guys, they have so many movies out of his life story. One of them is called Sinners. If you guys get an opportunity to watch that, it's a life story of what his life was like coming up in the South and coming here to Chicago. Thank you so much for being the icon that you are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, but as a friend of the family, I'm honored to recognize the important contributions of Buddy Guy to our city. The history, the legacy of blues is alive and well with Buddy here among us. I want to recognize also the distinguished family for being here with us with a number of initiatives that continue to fight for Chicago, Chicago for all. So I'd be remiss if I don't make this a public ask. I know that Buddy Guy has been always a man of music, but also a man of history. And want to ask, of course, that we work to make sure that that history is imprinted in our books, in our curriculum, so our next generation can learn about blues and about the history of resistance and how Chicago, through music, through art, continue to fight. And there's no one else who exemplifies that but Buddy Guy, or good friend, or ally, including in communities like ours where his family does a lot of work to work with prevention programming, to fight violence, but also to give us the history that today is more important than ever. So on behalf of the 25th Ward and my family, my wife is a big fan as well. Enjoyed her birthday with him. So I want to wish you, of course, many more years. I am blessed to be here with you. It's historic to be able to recognize you here today in City Council. So thank you, Buddy Guy, for your contributions. I will make sure that we make sure that it's imprinted in our curriculum, in our history, for the many generations to remember Buddy Guy and the blues legend of Chicago, a Chicago icon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand and rise in honor of the legacy of Mr. Buddy Guy. Mr. Buddy Guy is known in the South. Mississippi, Round Money, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi, Helena, Arkansas. I happened to go down there one time and he was over there playing and happened to see Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy runs so deep in my family. From my grandparents to my aunts, all of them who passed away now, but he was the man. Even as a child coming up, it was Buddy Guy. In his trip journey to Chicago, Illinois, I think he started off just playing with some buckets or something, beating on sticks. That's what they did in the South. We didn't have no instruments, but they learned how to work music. And it's amazing what you can do when you don't have things, and how you can take it and make something. But the history of a man, I saw a sign down there in Mississippi, Buddy Guy, known right there around Emmett Till's memorial service of Mr. Guy. His legacy is one that we all should remember, because if we knew gospel, blues. And that's what we knew before the hip-hop and anything else came along. So thank you, Mr. Guy. Blues is my favorite right now, so I wish I could get you to sing a tune while you was here, but I know how to meet you over there at that club. You got a song, Tyrone? Tyrone, make sure that I get over there every once in a while if I want to hear some blues to take off the stress, and I come and hear you play. So congratulations. Continue the great work that you're doing. You're inspiring the life of many. And even the younger generation are looking to Buddy Guy because they hear the older ones talk about it all the time. So thank you so much. and God bless you and the family. You should be very proud. Thanks.
Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome.
I, too, stand in support of this resolution. I want to thank you for being here, Mr. Guy. +1, what everybody said, right? Living legend. But also want to congratulate you for starting off our Black History Month 2026 with your 9th Grammy. Congratulations. Thank you. Just thank you for your continued contributions to like American music, global music, and Black excellence. Happy Black History Month, and thank you.
Thank you. Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I will keep them as brief as possible because there's not much that I could add that hasn't already been said. We know you're not only the soul of Chicago, you're the soul for this country and music. And so I will add, as somebody who was transformed through hip hop music, started as a rapper and got here in City Council, that music wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for everything you've done and how we sample your music to continue that legacy as well. And so it's the amount of lives that you saved and changed just through your music. I just wanted to make sure you added that to the list of achievements. I don't know what the number is. It is immense and remarkable. And thank you for saving a lot of our lives. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you have history in your presence, when you have a legend in your presence, you just cannot be silent. All I can do is just say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you are appreciated. Know that. And I want a picture before you leave here. And the reason why I say that, I usually don't, and it's not about, yeah, I am a fan, but it's more about the history. I remember me taking President Barack Obama to coffee sips and things like that when he was a state senator. And then when he was when he ran for Congress, as he was saying, like, I ain't get into that picture stuff. You got to tell the history. If Dr. King had not taken pictures, if Reverend Jackson had not taken pictures, then the story cannot be told for generations to come. And so we just want to continue to tell the story. And I just want to say thank you, much obliged, ta-ta. Appreciate
Very well. Thank you all. Leave from the body to give the opportunity for a buddy Guy. All right, it's been moved. And once you finish, Mr. Guy, Alderwoman Mitz has requested a solo, of which you're not obligated to do that, but for a cover charge, maybe you can help us balance our budget. So, oh, sorry, is that too soon? All right, leave granted. Mr. Buddy Guy, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm not much of a speaker, but I want to appreciate it, and I thank all of you all for what the support you've given me. But it's one thing I want to say out in here tonight is that the world capital of the blues is Chicago.
That's right.
I got a little jealous when I look at Nashville, Texas, New Orleans, with those great musicians. I don't see a picture of neither one that made Chicago what it is today. Howlin' Wolf, Little Walter, Sonny Boy Williams. I could go till tomorrow, but I'm not going to do that. But I'd like to see statues or something to let the world know that Chicago is the world capital of the blues. Thank you.
So just a quick little shout out to all the folks who are with them: Gregory Guy, Victoria Guy, Greer Guy, Natalie Guy, Nicholas Guy, Nelson Guy, Angelia, Bianca. Thank you all for being here again. And congratulations, Mr. Buddy Guy. Very well. As the family prepares to leave the box, there's one other person that we are honoring for Black Caucus, for the Black History Month by the Black Caucus. And as Alderman Moore receives his photo, and Mana Hoppin, there's like a little line there. That's pretty cool. The next person that we will be honoring for Black History Month, honoring William J. Cates and his family, and celebrating the legacy of Barbara McGowan, who was unable to join us here today. Very well. Alderwoman Coleman is requested to provide opening remarks for the next one. Very well. Last. You want to be last. Very well. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to be associated with this resolution. Mr. Cates has been an integral part of my career from day one because of his relationship with Larry Huggins. And because of that, I've had the opportunity of getting to know him on a very personal level, his wife and his daughters, who are amazing women. And I have been so fulfilled because Mr. Cates does so much for everybody, and he asks for zero in return. He is the most giving, supportive person, businessman that I've met other than Larry. And so today, Mr. Cates, I'd like to give you some flowers while you are yet alive to hear them and say how grateful I am that you are here and that you continue to be supportive of African American leaders, political leaders throughout the city, the state, and the county. And so today, I'd like to say thank you for being so generous and so giving of all your resources, no matter what they are. And I'm grateful today that you're getting to hear how people feel about you, that we love your family. We thank you for all the things that you do for the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Mr. Cates, it's so great to see you here in council. I've had the great pleasure of getting to know you since I started here on council, and I'm here to say thank you for supporting me. I am not an African-American member of council or a political leader of any sort like that, but you took a chance on me and you've been so supportive. And I really want to thank you as a leader in the city of Chicago for not only being a successful business person, but growing your business. You employ hundreds of people in the city of Chicago. And that's not a small thing. I know Mr. Huggins understands this, right? So it's not a small thing to do, especially in an environment where things are very challenging, and the type of work that you do. Because I know it's not easy to hire security people; those are tough jobs. But they're good paying jobs. They give people careers and they give people opportunity. I think all too often we don't celebrate our business leaders enough because you are a big part of the reason why we have a vibrant economy, why people have clothes on their backs and roofs over their heads. It's so important. So I thank you not only for your commitment to the business community, but to the community at large. You are someone to look up to, and thank you to your daughters and your family for carrying that on. So hopefully we're going to be celebrating 100 years of this down the road. I probably won't be here for that, but I wish you all the best, and thank you for all of your contributions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had to rush back in the room to congratulate Mr. Cates and the Cates family. We go kind of way back, thanks to Deshaun. It's been a pleasure honoring you today for Black History Month. Thank you for all that you do for the city of Chicago. Thank you for taking care of the people in my ward and in other wards across the city. Thank you for your work. Larry, nice to see you too. I know you two are like birds of a feather flock together, you know. So it's good to see you all, but congratulations and happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Irvin. '21.
Oh, my bad.
The other one.
I'm sorry. Mr. Cates, first off, thank you for all that you've done for our community. A lot of people I've talked to in the business say they have gotten their start from you. Lots of people not only just started with you, but have grown and developed their own businesses with you. Not one to hold anybody back, not one to, poo-poo on their plans, but have allowed people to just grow that I've seen in our community. Secondly, you're probably one of the sharpest dressers that we have in our city, and I believe you have a style that is that we just don't see anymore. You are old school personified and do our community proud, not only in how you look, but how you act, how you work, and how you represent us. We've never had a challenge or an issue regarding the service that you provide or the people that you have sent to provide the service that we need in many of our developments in the community. So again, as our chairperson, I'm sure will state, as far as giving you your flowers while you can yet smell them, because again, we have all these conversations at funerals and you can't hear what we have to say then. So I'm glad that we have had an opportunity today to honor you in a format that is befitting to the type of person and character that you have brought this city and brought our community. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely stand in support of this resolution. I want to honor Mr. Larry Huggins, who's also sitting in the box. Thank you for your service. To Tanya, you're just all right with me every day of the week, and continue to do what you do. I had the pleasure of just meeting your beautiful wife, and man, I told you back there, you did a good job. You got a good eye. But we can all talk about your business, and that's great. And it's bottom line, it speaks for itself. But I don't think a lot of people know how much of a caring person you are. And that's what I most love about you and want people to know. You truly care about people. It's not just about getting contracts and getting money. I am a person, I want to continue to make black millionaires. But you do it like the Bible says, to those who have much, that much is required. And that's what you do. You go out there and you look to help what we say, the least of those. So thank you on behalf of the 17th Ward residents for all that you do. Man, I appreciate you and I love you. Bless you.
Thank you. Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this resolution. Mr. Bill Cates, there's no words to express my appreciation and gratitude for you. I mean, you and your Charlie's Angels, I call your girls. I mean, they're the ones that keep you motivated and running like crazy. But I got both of my great friends, my two favorite, also in Larry Huggins, we gave him his flowers not long ago, but it was so fitting for you to be sitting here today. You've always been a really, really good person, and you never have a frown on your face. You're always just smiling, you know. And sometimes I look at people to see if they even have that evil streak in them. But I see your girls, and I know that they keep you in line. But thank you so much for all the things that you do. Again, for the city of Chicago, you have touched so many lives in this chamber. I know because I see you everywhere. So thank you for being who you are. And you're just an awesome example of what young men should grow up to be. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys are like two peas in a pod because you do the same thing. You just go around to do the best you can for others. And that means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. All right. Alderwoman Coleman has requested to be the final speaker. If there are no other hands, Chair recognizes Alderman Robinson.
Before I get into my remarks, I want to say hello to Uncle Larry for being in the house. Thank you, Uncle Larry. We love you. Good to see you. Mr. Cates, you probably didn't see that we had about 20 young men here. I wish that they would have stayed because you are the example of what these young people need to see. An African-American businessman who can hold on to your talents, your resources, your mentorship, but you spread all that love across the city of Chicago, and we are grateful for you. To the family, to your lovely wife and your daughter sitting next to you, as I mentioned to Buddy Guy, to his family, thank you for allowing us to have your father, your husband, Mr. Cates, really 365 days a year, 24/7. I don't know if Mr. Cates ever sleeps.
It's her birthday, too.
And Mr. Cates, on this special occasion, we heard that you had to turn a plane around because a young lady sitting next to you is her special birthday. And so happy birthday to you. Again, it shows your love for the city of Chicago and your love for your husband for allowing him to be with us today. And so thank you, Ms. Cates. Enjoy your special day. Mr. Cates, we love you and we appreciate you and we honor you. God bless you.
Thank you. Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I too rise in support of this resolution, honoring some of Chicago's icons. I'd like to thank each one of our honorees, Mr. Cates, Mr. Guy, and of course, Mr. Larry Huggins, and my good friend, Commissioner Barbara McGowan, for leaving such a great legacy in the city of Chicago, in our black community, in our black neighborhoods. It is always great that we can look at the lives of others and give them an example of to our children, an example of excellence. And I thank you for providing that example to my children and so many others throughout the city. And to my good friend, Commissioner McGowan, who could not join us today, I say thank you. Commissioner McGowan has been a great friend, a mentor, and a leader, not only on the west side of Chicago, but she's been an example of great leadership and friendship to the entire city. And so I want to thank her for that. And thank you all for the leadership and the support you've provided all of us throughout the years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to stand in support of this resolution, and thank you for bringing up all these honorees. And I looked in the box and I saw Mr. Huggins there, and I felt remiss to say something. I mean, Mr. Huggins has been a leader in this city, not just from a philanthropic side, but also from a construction side. He has, when he started a company and did a lot of joint ventures with majority-owned companies, and really set the tone on how minority business enterprises, disadvantaged business enterprises, have the bandwidth and the ability to perform on multi-million-dollar projects successfully, despite the fact that there was majority-owned firms that wanted to see firms like Huggins Construction fail. He set the tone, and as a result of that, and he was a trailblazer in that category of joint ventures. Now we see many joint venture companies that look like Mr. Huggins, as well as other minority women-owned firms. So I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership and really staying in there despite the fact that people didn't want to see you there. So congratulations for being recognized this month, and continued success, Mr. Huggins. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. All right, seeing no other hands, the final remarks will be by Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I undoubtedly stand in support of this resolution in honor of the man, the myth, the legend. You know, Chairman Irvin, unlike you on the west side, you are limited to Madison Street to get your clothes. But in Inglewood, when you're born and raised in Inglewood, you know how to go outside of your community and be the sharpest man in the city of Chicago. Mr. Cates, I am so grateful for your life. I'm so grateful for your leadership. I am so grateful to your angels, Lashem, Tanya, and O'Shea, our miracle. I am so grateful that even your works in Iowa, Indiana, Missouri, Michigan, and all over the Midwest, Inglewood has always been home. Although you are housed in the 18th Ward with the agency, 16 is certainly in the hearts and all of us that share Inglewood. There would be no Inglewood Music Fest that has been this successful had it not been for you and then Commander Leary Snelling, who gave the blessing, and we were able to, and you witnessed 20,000 people in our community. From your works with Callahan Foundation to Christmas in the Wards, I say when I see Mr. Cates and Mr. Huggins, I know that the wise men are in the buildings, to even the football classic. You protect not only your family, but you protect our community and the least of these, our most vulnerable population, and those in CHA and our seniors. You know, Albertina used to tell me, when you take care of God's business, he'll take care of yours. With over 700 employees as a black man in the city of Chicago, you still have the time and the energy to stand on the front lines at your family's church as chair of the deacon board. And I am so enamored of your commitment, not only to black leadership in the city of Chicago, but to your faith and to our God. So Mr. Cates and Mrs. Cates, today is your birthday, and we have been saying this, we want to give our leaders their flowers yet while you can still smell them. So I'm going to verbally give you your flowers, but on behalf of the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus, we want to physically give Mrs. Cates her flowers on her birthday. Thank you, Sarge, for letting us break the rules and Mayor for a couple of seconds. And say thank you. We honor you. We appreciate you for everything that you've done, every sacrifice that you have made for this city, every sacrifice that your family, TKO, O'Shea, and Lashem, who's listening, every sacrifice, all of the evenings, all of the nights, all of the emergency calls that don't make it, that we know things that happen in the streets before even CPD at times. And thank you for being that immediate response and that protector of this great city. God bless you on behalf of Chicago Automatic Caucus, Black Caucus.
Thank you to all those who have spoken on behalf of Black History Month. Again, thank you, Mr. Cates, Gladys Cates, Lashem, Cates Graham, Tanya Owens, Deshaun Bray, Lena Tyler, and of course we know that Mr. Leger Huggins is with us. There are so many people that we could celebrate during this month, and Black History Month presents us with the opportunity to celebrate those who have come before us and celebrate the work that they have done to make our life better today. And, at a time when our country is besieged by the actions of the federal government who are trying to remove civil rights and freedoms and protections, we must remember the reasons why we celebrate this month. We must continue to fight for what is right, for equality and inclusion, and for justice in our Black communities, so that every person has the opportunity who calls Chicago home can live in vibrancy and peace. Again, we want to acknowledge those who were brought before us today, Mr. George Buddy Guy, Barbara McGowan, who cannot be with us today, but served as Commissioner and Vice President of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District for the Greater Chicago for over 24 years. And then, of course, finally, Mr. William Cates, founder and CEO of Cates Detective and Security Agency. And of course, we will continue to remember and honor the life of Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. So again, Mr. Cates, and to all, happy Black History Month. Thank you very much. Well, I suppose that Mr. Cates wants to say a few words. Very well. Leave from the body to grant Mr. Cates. Leave is granted. Mr. Cates, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me give praises to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, I would not be here today. And also to the mayor of the city of Chicago. Thank God for Brandon Johnson, a man with a vision. I'm very moved today. My wife, thank God for my wife. Her birthday, we was planning on taking a trip Monday, and I got a call on Valentine's Day that this honor was coming up. So I had to change all that flights around. I told my wife we have to leave today on her birthday in order to celebrate her life. We've been married almost 50 years. I'm so humble. Alderman Coleman, I thank God for you and the work that you do. Alderman Harris, Moore, Jason, and everyone that spoke. It's very difficult when you feed as many families as I feed. But I have to go back to my father. My father was a pastor for 39 years at a church in Morgan Park, where I grew up. And 39 years, what he taught me was, if I go in business, if it's going to be about you, then don't go in business, because it's about helping other people. If you can't help other people, why are you here? That's what my daddy used to tell me all the time. There was 8 of us, and I'm the oldest of 8. So I had to be the one that step out and become an example for others. And I hope that I'm a good example to my siblings. And it's a lot of work, and it's just so humbling that someone thinks that much of me. I think less of myself, and I think more for others, because it's all about helping your fellow man. And I sincerely mean that from out of my heart. My daughters, I thank God for the ladies that work hard. I'm just grateful. I'm very grateful for this honor. Larry, as always, brother, thank God for you. This talent, thank God for you, what you do. And most of all, thank God for the city of Chicago. It allowed me to build a business in the city of Chicago and feed a lot of families. That's what I do, I feed families. I also have a nonprofit that when people are incarcerated, we give them life skills. And right now we've given life skills to about 9,000 people that came through our training school, and we changed a lot of lives. And the 700 employees it's absolutely about taking care of people. And that's what I believe in. And that's who I am as a person. And I thank God for all of you. All of you, I thank God for it. And I know what you guys go through and the wars you have, because you deal with people in the wars. All the complaints come in, you guys work hard dealing with people. And Pat Dow, Alderman Dow, thank God for you. You certainly have been a friend, along with Alderman Coleman and all the rest of you all. Have been friends for me for a long time. And this day, I am as grateful as anyone can be. And Alderman Irvin, thank God for you as well. And everyone here. Sometimes you're saying names, you forget the names. And Alderman Lee, thank God for you as well. And everyone. It is, at the time we're living in right now, you better love one another, I'll tell you that. Because, man, times are rough right now. But I believe in what I do, and I believe in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who carries me through all the ups and downs. I'm a man that likes to pray. I was taught to pray all my life, and I pray every day. 2 and 3 times a day I pray, and I'm about prayer. And I'm going to pray for you all, and I'm certainly going to pray for the mayor of the city of Chicago. God bless you.
Bless you. Alderwoman Harris, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution in the omnibus?
Move these in the omnibus, Mr. Mayor.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you very much. We just have one more resolution. As Mr. Cates and family, as they exit the box, our final resolution will be for memorial resolution honoring Brenda Langstrid Bowie, Chicago Public Library Foundation CEO. This is in honor of her contributions to the city of Chicago. And as the family prepares to sit in the box, Alderwoman Sam Nugent has asked to provide closing remarks, but I understand that there are a couple of members, that the city clerk as well as the commissioner of libraries, Commissioner, would like to address the body as well. Commissioner Brown. Leave from the body to allow our city clerk as well as Commissioner Brown to speak. All right, leave has been granted. Thank you. The chair recognizes Clerk Valencia.
We were talking about you wish you could receive your flowers after we gave one to Mr. Cates. I hope that I could have given this to my friend while she was still here, so just bear with me, as I didn't know I'd be first today. To know Brenda, or RB, as we know, to know Brenda, or as we refer to her as B, was to know complete light. She was joy. She was love. She always saw and looked for the good in people. She believed in being of service to all, that it was our duty to show up for all of our communities, no matter what. We were not to leave anyone behind. She lived out her values and her actions, and it was always so inspiring to all of us. I met Brenda in 2011 when she convinced Mayor Emanuel to allow our office, the 5th floor, to volunteer during our lunch break to read to young students on the West Side through her time at WITS, working in the schools. Every week, we got on our yellow school bus from City Hall, and we went to Melody School on the West Side to read to our students. It was the best part of my week. At age 26, she became a mentor and a friend to me and so many others in the government and nonprofit space that felt like we knew it all, but boy, did we know nothing. She was generous with her tips on how to navigate the rocky waters of Chicago politics, both in the civic and political world, how to work a room at a gala, which was completely new to a lot of us who were not raised in this type of world. She embraced us, encouraged us, and helped us build confidence to feel like we belonged in those rooms. Her passion was contagious. She was a force for good and always had a way of getting people to help out, volunteer, donate more money than you expected, especially for literacy, without you even knowing what you were saying yes to. It was her superpower. If Brenda asked, you just said yes. Her kindness, generosity, and love for her people will remain imprinted on all of us for the rest of our lives. And now it's our responsibility as leaders in this room to honor her legacy by showing up in our communities and asking, what do you need? How can I be helpful? To show up with compassion, hope, and love. To check the egos, stop with the blame game, roll up our sleeves, and get the work done. It's also our job to build up the next generation of civic leaders, ready to do good, ready to be the light in the darkness, and ready to serve and open the doors for them, just like Brenda did for us. Our current political culture demands a strong leader to be loud, hard, and abrasive. But Brenda showed us a different way to be even more effective. She led authentically, openly, with integrity, collaboration, and compassion. Those qualities are what made her one of the most effective and influential civic leaders I had the privilege to serve with. And for me, that's what I hope to continuing modeling as a leader. To Vay, Commissioner Brown, the foundation team, Brenda's family, friends, and squad, thank you for caring and loving for our dear friend, RB. Thank you for sharing her with all of us. May God give you the strength and peace to help carry you through these dark days ahead. May the beautiful moments you shared carry you through the waves of grief, and may her memory and legacy be lived out through all of us. We love you, our dear B.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Also, thank you, Alderman Nugent, for recognizing Brenda Langstrap Bowie, an incredible Chicago leader and contributor to our city. As library commissioner, I could not have wanted a better partner in figuring out how to keep the Chicago Public Library a world-class library. In your role, you understand our city departments and our sister agencies. You see firsthand what it takes to sustain strong public institutions. And Brenda was a critical part of what made Chicago Public Library a nationally recognized and beloved city library across our 77 neighborhoods, and beloved by many of you here today. The Chicago Public Library Foundation was formed in 1986 by Cindy Pritzker to serve as the library's philanthropic partner. And for 40 years, they turned private generosity into public impact, supporting innovation, literacy, cultural programming, and going beyond what public funding alone can provide. They amplify the city's investment and expand what a library can achieve. So many of the programs beloved by Chicagoans in your wards are made possible by our foundation, and Brenda led that support. During her 7 years leading the foundation, she engaged our civic and philanthropic community to amplify our city investment. Because of her leadership at Parkways and working in the schools, she brought a unique, deep philanthropic and expertise around literacy. When the library went fine-free, she was one of the loudest proponents of what this would mean for our kids. At the time, over 200,000 Chicago kids could not borrow books from their libraries because of late fees. She not only supported eliminating those barriers, but was our ever-present partner in working with Mayor Johnson and our city to get to a data share to eventually get our students all access to their Chicago Public Library. Under her leadership, the foundation grew to more than 2,300 donors and supporters each year, strengthening our out-of-school time learning and activities, our summer reading program that keeps all of our kids reading, our free homework tutoring, and digital navigation support. She also helped create a branch programming fund that empowers the library managers in your wards to do programming responsive to your constituents. During the pandemic, she was our partner in launching Live from the Library. When all of our kids couldn't come out into our libraries and gather, she was a driving force in creating that programming that brought the Obamas and Oprah Chicago notables to read stories to kids and families and keep them connected in the pandemic. And that program reached millions worldwide. While president, she helped secure the largest special collections grant the library has ever seen, a $2 million Mellon Foundation grant to digitize our Vivian G. Harsh collection, the largest African-American heritage collection in the Midwest. She expanded the reach of the Library Foundation Awards through a public broadcast, increasing viewership by tenfold, reaching thousands and thousands of viewers in Chicago and worldwide. She was a beloved national thought leader, supporting a network of philanthropic library leaders and advocates at the American Library Association and beyond. I also want to recognize her family and friends and colleagues who are here with us today, her beloved husband, Vay Bowie, the nieces and nephews that she loved so much. Thank you for sharing her with Chicago. We also have joining a number of her CEO colleagues and friends who supported her work. We all need those who sustain us, and we know all of you made Brenda stronger in her work. And to the members of the Public Library Board and Chicago Public Library Foundation Board, I know you each loved working with her and that we will all feel her absence deeply. Brenda believed in libraries. She believed our country needed readers more than ever. She was a reader. She loved her work, and she leaves the foundation in this partnership stronger than ever. And we're grateful, Mayor, for you and Council honoring her today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak in memorial? The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. And Clerk and Chris, thank you for sharing in depth, and thank you for this resolution. Thank you, Alderman Nugent. Her accomplishments professionally were great. And I have a feeling that if we had a bigger box, it would be more full, and what a significant impact she made. So thank you all for sharing her with us and for supporting her in all of her greatness for the brief time she was here.
Thank you. Very well. Seeing no other hands, our final remarks will be made by Alderwoman Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Oh. I can't see to read my words yet, so you got to give me a second. Thanks for this opportunity to speak about my friend Brenda Bowie. Brenda was an exceptional leader and a true champion for Chicago's public libraries. She believed deeply in their role as places of access, opportunity, and community. She worked every day to make sure that that belief translated into real action. I have the privilege of getting to know Brenda through the One Book, One Chicago program, and we quickly discovered how much we had in common. We both talk a mile a minute. We're always brimming with ideas. We have energy, we have plans, big plans every time we're together. There was a natural rhythm to our conversations that made working together not only productive, but just genuinely really fun. Every time we talked, I walked away energized. She was thoughtful, she was smart, and she was completely committed to her work. She loved this city and she believed in its people. She was the brightest light in every single room. And that was obvious in her work. She was passionate about books. She was passionate about the library. She was passionate about bringing programs to children and adults across the city. Brenda understood the power of stories to bring people together, and she dedicated her life to making sure those stories were accessible to everyone in our city. Under Brenda's leadership, the Chicago Public Library Foundation grew its reach and strengthened support across all 81 branches. She helped expand access to programs, elevate literacy efforts, and bring new energy to the foundation's work. This loss is personal for many of us. It is certainly very personal to me. To Brenda's family, to her husband who's with us today, her colleagues, the folks at the foundation, Commissioner Brown, everyone who loved her, Clerk Valencia, please know that this city council recognizes the depth of her impact and we share in your grief. Brenda made Chicago better, and her legacy will be felt for generations. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are welcome. We do want to acknowledge, again, the family as well as friends in the box, Mr. Bowie, Kelly O'Connor, Sarah, Tristan, and to the niece and nephew and the niece, Michelle, Michael, Caitlin, Andrea, Francia, Beth Davis. Of course, we're grateful that Linda Johnson Rice is with us as well. Together, we are mourning the loss of Brenda Bowie, a lifelong advocate for the arts, literacy, and most of all, learning. We were blessed to have known Brenda's leadership and dedication in her roles at working in the schools, the Chicago Humanities Festival, and of course, as president and CEO of the Chicago Public Library Foundation. She led the foundation with vision, integrity, and care, seeing us through our most difficult moment in modern history, the pandemic, and profound periods of transition, all while advancing equity and access to our library. The people and children of Chicago are better served in our libraries thanks to initiatives that she has spearheaded, like many of the programs, particularly the expansion of virtual programming as well. The impact of her work will span for generations to come. With greater access to learning opportunities, Chicago's young people can grow into engaged residents, innovators, and leaders of our society. Doors will open for our young people in every neighborhood, ensuring that they can thrive and succeed. In that way, Brenda continues to strengthen and to beautify our city, and we are forever grateful. I know that our entire Chicago Public Library community and the many people across this city who worked with her and loved her will miss her dearly. Her legacy will live on in the Chicago Public Library Foundation's continued success. And finally, again, to Mr. Bowie, to her parents, Phil and Karen, her sisters, Julene and Jana, and Brenda's many in-laws and nieces and nephews, and of course the Chicago Public Library Foundation staff and board who had the privilege of working with her. Chicago will certainly remember Brenda for the way that she has transformed so many lives. And with that, Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution with a rising standing vote? Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move passes in the omnibus by rising vote.
To the memory of Brenda. Very well, as we give the family an opportunity to leave the box, I want to thank everyone for their patience today. I know we had a number of resolutions and acknowledgments to get through today. Thank you all for being respectful of each other's time and keeping your comments as brief as possible while also honoring and recognizing all that were brought before us today with true recognition. Alderman Mitchell for the return of the regular order of business.
Mr. President, I move that we return to regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Communications, Mr. Clerk.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance to the MHL2 Prairie District Apartments Wabash Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt housing bonds for the benefit of Morgan Park Commons Phase 1, 4% LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the development of the Park Manor Senior Residences of Chatham. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funds for improvements at specified parks within the city. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funds for improvements to Carter G. Woodson Elementary School. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing a Class L property tax incentive for the property located at 30 North LaSalle Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Executive Director of Public Building Commission, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing building and facility-related permit fee waivers for Public Building Commission of Chicago. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of Neighborhood Opportunity Fund funds for Food Love LLC improvements at Evelyn's Food Love Rooftop Bar and Deck. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a renewed lease agreement with Archer Avenue LLC to rent property located at 5672 South Archer Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement to acquire the property located at 1725 North Harlem Avenue for use as a Chicago Public Library branch. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with ordinances authorizing the sale of specified city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the expenditure of open space impact fee funds for improvements at Needlehorst Elementary School. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to the Board of Ethics. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to the Advisory Council on Equity. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to the Advisory Council on Veterans. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby transmit appointments to the Advisory Council on LGBTQ+ issues. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Elisa S. Rodriguez as a member of the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund Board for the term expiring December 31, 2028, such period allocated as follows. A term effective immediately and expiring December 31, 2026, to complete the unexpired term of Vicky Herrero, who has resigned, followed immediately by a full 2-year term. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to the Chicago Housing Authority Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. 2 committees called, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate and the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Lakenya White as the Chief Administrator of the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Chris Piaminio as a member of the Chicago Emergency Telephone System Board for the term effective immediately and expiring July 1, 2027, to complete the unexpired term of Dwayne M. DeFries, who has resigned. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Christian Diaz as the Director of the Community Rail Board, METRA, for a term effective immediately and expiring September 1, 2026, to succeed Rick Estrada, whose term has expired. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. City Clerk Anna Valencia hereby informs the City Council that the following documents were filed in her office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Executive Order number 2026-1, which defines Chicago Police Department actions during civil immigration enforcement to further federal accountability. Also, City Treasurer's Statement of Investment Policy and Guidelines, the City Treasurer's Report regarding overall income on total holdings across all funds held by the Treasurer's Office for the year 2025. Also, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report of the City Colleges of Chicago for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. And the funding loan notification of City of Chicago Multifamily Mortgage Revenue Notes 2026 Series, K. Manor. And the Amendment number 3 to the Canal Congress Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. And the Amendment number 63 to the Central West Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. The Mayor Johnson also has an ordinance to amend technical service agreement with the Local Initiative Support Group Corridor Manager, which is referred to the Committee on Contracting Oversight. City Clerk Valencia also informs the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on January 21st, 2026, and which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on February 18th by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City of Chicago. City Clerk Valencia also transmits you with the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning classifications of particular areas, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Also, recommendation by the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of the 30 North LaSalle Street building as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards.
Also, the following communication from the Honorable Brandon Johnson, Mayor, was filed in the office of the City Clerk on Friday, February 13th, 2026 at 3:22 p.m. To the Honorable, the City Council of the City of Chicago and City Clerk Valencia, I return hereby without my approval an ordinance passed by the City Council on January 21st, 2026, ordinance number SO 2025-0021-018, regarding the regulation of cannabinoid hemp products. This ordinance is premature. The most reasonable path forward for the city's hemp regulation is to align with the forthcoming federal guidance, rather than acting prematurely in a rapidly shifting regulatory landscape. With preliminary federal rules forthcoming, it is essential that the city's positions itself to respond coherently once national standards are clarified. In addition, this ordinance does not create a balanced regulatory framework for hemp regulation. Any local hemp regulatory framework needs to be both safeguard of health and well-being of the residents, especially young people, support the stability and growth of Chicago's small business community, and ensure that the enforcing departments have adequate capacity to conduct equitable enforcement. The city must balance public health priorities with economic considerations in a thoughtful, evidence-informed way to avoid unnecessary disruptions for consumers, retailers, and entrepreneurs. For the above stated reasons, I believe it is my duty to veto this ordinance. Madam Clerk, please read this letter at the February 18th, 2026 City Council meeting under the heading of Reports and Communications from the Mayor and other city officers. Signed, Brendan Johnson, Mayor. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Very well. Committee reports. We will begin with the Finance Committee. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held committee meetings on...
Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Mr. President, I am well aware that the clerk has received the veto of the hemp ordinance. Are we taking that up now for the override, or are we going to wait at the end under unfinished business?
It was just taken up.
Okay, but we didn't, it was submitted, it wasn't taken up.
The whole submission is it being taken up.
Okay, so at what point do we have the right to talk about it or vote to override it?
That moment just occurred.
No, we did not get past that point, Mr. President. I stood up, and I think we should take that up now.
Is there a motion that you would like to provide? Alderman Beal?
My motion is to have a chance to debate the potential override of the hemp ordinance in which you vetoed.
Okay, so Alderman, you cannot make a motion to debate. If you would like to make a motion to pass this ordinance, you can make that motion. And then at that point, then a debate could occur. Okay, so are you making a motion to pass this item?
I do not want to proceed with the veto. I would like to override the veto.
All right, so your motion is to pass SO 2025-0021-018, and this is regarding the regulation of cannabis hemp products, and this is despite the veto. So there's a motion on the floor to pass this item, of which the item number has been read. Are there any members that wish to speak to this item? The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is an ordinance that my colleague championed, Alderman Quinn, with working diligently with this entire body. He worked extremely hard to come up with a consensus that we all thought was in the best interest of the city of Chicago and the children of the city of Chicago, while we wait on the federal government to figure out what it is they are going or not going to do. I think it's extremely important that we understand the thrust behind Alderman Quinn in this ordinance. We're trying to protect children. This particular ordinance was passed to protect children who are being fed and misled with packaging and fanfare that this is candy and kids are being harmed by this particular product. And my colleagues worked with everybody, the industry. We heard the industry in committee. We talked about what is in the best interest of the city at this particular time. And so I understand that, I think there were 33 votes on this particular ordinance. One shy of the necessary veto-proof ordinance. We're very close. And so I would like to just really stress upon people who understand that we're just trying to protect children and not protect the industry, that you reconsider your vote while we wait for the federal government to understand what it is they're going to do or not do. And so I think it's important that we override this veto. I think it's important that we understand that, 33 members voted to keep ShotSpotter. That was not implemented and not taken into consideration. When you have almost the supermajority of the colleagues in this body saying we want to go one way, but yet we go the other, is a total contradictory of what we are trying to accomplish here in this city. At least sit down and talk with the majority of the people about what it is that we would like to do or not like to do. And so I understand where my colleague is, but I just felt obligated to stand up and say a few words on why it is we need to override this veto. So with that, I'll renew my motion if anybody else would like to speak.
Chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this as brief as I can. You all right? I didn't think so. I agree with my colleague, Alderman Beal, wholeheartedly. I mean, as we sit here and we debate different topics for the last couple of years, and they all tend to be all over the spectrum of what we're talking about, this is one of those things where we can all see physically who the target market is for a lot of these products. And I just feel as a council, if we're not taking those steps to protect these kids who are finding a way to get a hold of this just based on the way these products looked, we're not doing our due diligence as council. I get, Mr. President, I get your side of this too. We should be working to see the state kind of step into this as well, but I mean, we need to take a stand as a council when the market is targeting children. You've seen the pictures of how these things these products are represented. They look like Doritos, they look like Skittles, they look like Starburst. There is a whole gamut of different target markets that they're hitting, and the main goal is to hit these children. Whether or not they want to admit it, we as a council right now could step in and just do our due diligence to make sure that we're putting up a wall between our kids and these products. I get that there's different sides of this, but we really, really, really should try to find a way to come together as council on one topic, and this should be our kids. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alder Rodriguez Sanchez.
Going to repeat what I said last time in council. This piece of legislation has no evidence to back it. It is not based on best practices. this product is going to be available in the black market. Nobody is going to protect children. We need to regulate. This takes away that possibility. We could be working with the industry to make sure that we actually protect people, but that is not what this piece of legislation accomplishes, and I am very glad that the mayor is vetoing. I would encourage you to vote no.
Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. I'm actually in agreement with just about everything that's been stated today for this. I do believe that, as the Alderman from the 9th Ward stated, that there needs to be an additional conversation on this, and through the legislative process, I believe that this is the way that the conversation is brought about. As I've stated in my conversations with the maker of the original ordinance, the time that's necessary to do that, the window is particularly too narrow. Now, I do believe that we need to protect our children, that we need to do all of the things that have been stated. The other side of that equation is that we have a lot of individuals who unfortunately had been shut out in this market previously from an action that this council took related to cannabis. So I don't necessarily believe that we need to shut out the same people we shut out previously, and that's part of the conversation. But again, regulation, I think, is something that we all have an interest in doing, and I also do believe that we must protect our children in relation to this, and so hopefully we come back with a stronger and better ordinance after this particular ordinance veto is sustained. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I'll agree with the sentiment that it is important that we listen to all parties involved. I talked to a lot of small businesses in our community that were completely caught off guard. In fact, some representatives are here, right here, they have never brought up to the table. So this fallacy of that we are listening to all sides, there are certain members of this council who love to work with big industry. That's what they work for. As we speak in United Center, the TCH or the THC drinks will be completely unregulated. So let's not talk about we're listening to everybody, we're hearing to everybody, when it's very obvious that it's clear that there's a part of this council that just listens to big corporations. That's simple. So we're talking about protecting the well-being of our children, and I tell you, as a father of triplets, that's something I look every single day. But if you tell me that the federal government that protects pedophiles are protecting our children, and they're going to regulate our industry somehow and be in the best interest of the city, then I'm living in a different world. So I tell you, today the city council can have a voice and be the voice of their constituents, not a big industry, giving carve-outs to big industry and calling that we're talking about the children. So today we have an opportunity, and I'm glad that the mayor is vetoing this so that we can actually have a real conversation. So we want to have a real conversation. Let's just start by including our constituents. Let's just start to talk about the children. And let's forget about the federal government protecting children. Those are a bunch of people who protect pedophiles, period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. The science underpinning this debate is fact-based, proven, well-established, and beyond refute. And I'll summarize briefly. The substance in cannabis that gives you that high that people seek is a chemical compound called THC. When you go to a licensed cannabis dispensary in Illinois and you buy flower, consumables, or whatever it is, there's varying amounts of THC, but it is the THC in those products that give you high. By definition, hemp purchased outside of a licensed cannabis dispensary by law must have less than 0.03% of THC, a trace amount that is nowhere near enough to give you any feeling at all. So what are you buying it for? And what is it that's giving you that intoxicated sensation? We don't know. We don't know. It's synthetic, it's artificially created in illicit laboratories, and it's not labeled. You are risking your health, and children are risking your health when you buy an untested, unregulated product from an unlicensed facility that has something in it that gets you high and you don't know what it is. There's no way to escape that irrefutable fact that I just stated. And we're allowing this to happen in this city right now. That is unconscionable and inexcusable. And I don't care if people make money selling it. The black market, you know what else is illegal and is sold every day? Cocaine, fentanyl, heroin. It's sold all over the city, but we don't say, well, we better let it be sold in gas stations too because they're going to sell it anyway. That's ridiculous. That is absurd. These are dangerous, harmful products. Children are getting sick. They need to be banned, and all the rest of this is just an excuse, and it's nonsense. I object to this, and I will vote to override this veto.
Thank you. Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I just appreciate there's a process. I appreciate you vetoed it as somebody who voted for the ban, so I just want to make sure I explain where I'm at on it. I'm probably one of the few members of City Council that actively consumes cannabis and is willing to say it publicly. Some aren't. This is about a different matter, and I didn't know that we were going to go from Epstein to edibles in a conversation. So my question is this. It is okay if you're talking the beverages because they're regulated through the state, through the liquor distributors, which is more regulation than the city would actually provide. In multiple hearings that we've had in this council where we talked about the actual regulation, the city can't do it. They can't properly regulate. They can't test any of it. There is a concern for any of the edible products that are the ones that get you high. It would also not create a black market. Cannabis exists. People would actually go get cannabis rather than the workaround because the state didn't do their job in actually having enough licenses to go around. We all know that what they created is a market where the richest, whitest people who could own their cannabis businesses were able to do so. It did block a market. We should call it for what it is. The state hasn't done enough, and it's multiple years later without providing licenses for people who are trying to operate businesses. Because they can't do cannabis, they found THC as a workaround. It is unfair that they're in that position, but when it comes to us thinking about the kids and the edibles that are available everywhere, I want to at least know that there's quality in the product that you get through the regulation at the state level, which you would not get currently at THC at the city level. So this is less about, reefer madness and more about a government being able to properly regulate something if they're going to allow it. And because the city is not able to do so, that is where I stand where I'm at. So again, you have every right to veto. Everyone has the right to vote. I hope it's less contentious and we just get it over with. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I sure wasn't expecting this today. We started off with a decent conversation, and then we went to pedophiles and whitey, take an opportunity of everybody. They're real, okay. Okay, pedophiles and whitey taking advantage of everybody in the city. You got it. I guess there's not much to talk about, Mr. President. Listen, here's my wish. I wish there was a third option here, okay? I don't know if there is. There's probably not. I wish there's a third option to go back to the table. Let's talk about this again. You got people that say they were shut out. I didn't think they were. If they feel they were, let's bring them back to the table. Let's continue the conversation. I've changed from not supporting it to supporting the ban to now more confused than ever, especially now that whitey and pedophiles are involved. So I don't know. I sure would like to hold this and have some conversation about this. I don't think this is the place. We'd like to have some subject matter hearings. Listen, I talked to some good people that I think are 100% legit, and there is no doubt in my mind there's some bad people out there. And my colleague in front of me, a couple rows in front of me, he said something that really rang out with me about being punished for things his older brothers did. He was the youngest brother, and his older brother, and he was the one that would be punished for it or suffered consequences. And we're kind of hurting people that are good actors here. They're doing the right thing, making sure people are 21. So my wish to everybody is, looks like we're not going to be able to avoid voting on this. I certainly would like to continue the conversation and have some subject matter hearings. That's what I have to say, Mr. President. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Alder. Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support the veto, and I'll say I know when we took this matter up for a full vote, I spoke my opposition. I think the comments we're hearing from the floor are examples of why we need more time and actually to revisit this issue. So I appreciate your veto and giving us the opportunity to do so. I wanted to put just some clarifying information on the record as well. I know things got a little off topic, right? And maybe a little confusing, but I did want to push back a bit. What we banned in this council wasn't just the bad products that I think most of us are trying to get rid of or regulate. What we banned were some of the good products. So I heard a colleague mention, you know, the legal hemp has to have, it's like 0.03% or less of the THC, and that's true. And we banned that too, because technically it still has some THC in it. And so it's a good example of, you know, the hemp products, they're not all synthetics. I don't like synthetics. I actually would very much consider a synthetic ban, but I think it illustrates the point of we've kind of thrown out the baby with the bathwater. What we passed was too restrictive. This veto gives us time to come back to the table to include more of the stakeholders, especially these good actors that are not selling synthetic, intoxicating products to children, that are doing carding, that are following guidelines, so that we can have something sensible that does not shut out a market of people who have created businesses because they were shut out of the cannabis industry, and that allows for a health lifestyle product to be taxed and sold while still achieving the goals of us banning, limiting, or heavily restricting the products that we have found to be dangerous. So there is a third option here. I believe we can work on that, and I'm still committed to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alderman Sposato asked if there's a third pathway. I think Alderwoman Haddad just articulated one. We need more time to talk about what regulation can look like. I think this ordinance does the same thing that we constantly preach against, that we're harming an entire industry for a few bad actors. The industry has provided resources for individuals who are in pain, who need to deal with their anxiety, and who have good ingredients in their products and have their own regulation standards. Now, I believe that the state and the city needs to work together to be able to regulate these products for the safety of everybody. And look, I don't want any young person consuming some of the things that we see at our bodegas or our gas stations. Look, I represent a lot of high schools. I worked in high schools for 10 years of my career. I know how damaging these products can be. I do not believe, however, that this current ordinance in its version that has passed is the answer. So I will support the override, hoping that we can come together and put forward a more robust and transparent and sort of honest ordinance that doesn't impact the entire industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Those are all. Alder Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council.
Good afternoon.
You're in luck, because I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but I do know that banning things is not something new to this body. In 2020, I wish to remind my colleagues that were here and that were not here that the City Council was addressing a product which was sold, marketed, and shared as a tool for tobacco cessation, for helping people in their time of need to try to quit a dangerous habit. It was marketed and shared and sold throughout the entire city of Chicago as a healthy option instead of smoking. That was the e-cigarette. Do we remember those? What happened as that progressed and became more widely spread throughout every corner of the city of Chicago was that you went from having a tool that was heralded as a healthy option for cessation to something that was marketed towards children with flavors, not just like menthol, but that included mint, wintergreen, chocolate, honey, cocoa, cotton candy, you name it, it was out there. People still said, it's to help you stop smoking. even though it had the beautiful colors and it was very much marketed towards individuals who probably never had a smoking issue to begin with, until they started sucking on those metal tubes because they liked the flavor of it. Where did those products wind up the most? On the south and west side. My colleagues from Englewood and I railed against these because of how dangerous they were. This council in 2020 said enough, banned it overwhelmingly because of the health concerns that we had at the time. One of our colleagues, who has since retired, said something which I think is very apropos in this moment. And that was, I could say his name because he's not here, Alderman Harry Osterman said, and I quote, "We should not trade off the health of young people for the budget." And that's exactly what has always been the argument for vetoing this ordinance and for allowing it to remain sold in our streets, that we should just tax it. We should make more money off it. Disregard everything that our colleague from the Second Ward said about the health impact. Disregard whether or not it's synthetic or natural. Disregard whether or not it's laced with anything or even regulated. Disregard the health of those individuals who think that they're getting something healthy that's only going to end up costing us as a society more as their illnesses grow exponentially. We are having the same argument again, 6 years later, on another topic, again, that is designed to go after and corrupt young minds, weak bodies. I understand, as my colleagues have said, there are some things that are good, that should be regulated, some things that were allowed, that are beneficial. I get it. But we have to start somewhere. And absolutely, there's time for more discussion. What I told businesses in my ward was, what would you like to see amended? How can we change this? How can we help you? And every time that question was posed to leaders, there was no answer other than, we just want to keep selling. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the answer for compromise. So we are here today because we have to draw the line and start somewhere. That is what our colleague worked so hard as we heard all of those testimonials. And I think it's why we need to, again, have a metric from which to begin this conversation. The Wild West of this industry isn't working. So we need to rein it in, figure out how to move forward with our partners, and go from there. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this override, as I intend to vote that way as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to request a copy of that letter that you gave to the clerk and provide it to all aldermen.
Madam Clerk, could you provide a copy of the letter, please?
Would like to look more specifically at the reasoning, but you know, I think a lot of us have good things to say about the staff at BACP that were working diligently on this. It was my understanding from what they were telling me that the businesses that I have were going to be held harmless because they didn't engage in selling the synthetics that we were trying to stop here from going out to the streets and going to our schools, where we have seen incidents of children being taken to the hospital several times in the city. So I guess the question is, what should we do in the meantime when we find businesses selling these synthetics? Should we call the police? Should we call BACP? Should we call you? What's the answer? Or are we just going to let it go as is? And I feel like it's my duty as an alderman to call those places out and to say, why are you distributing this stuff at the lakefront? Why are you distributing this stuff in front of a school? Why are you distributing it in a festival? And I guess the answer is going to have to go back to the administration for what their intent is there. But I would just ask that veto is fine, but the burden is on you now to come up with something else to get these synthetics off the street and to protect our kids. The burden is on you. Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk has reminded all of us that the letter is posted on her website, and each alder has received a copy of the rationale the moment that the veto was filed. If there are no other hands, I believe the motion on the floor is likely for a roll call vote. And if that is not correct, Alderman Bill, I would refer to you as the originator of the motion. And if you are requesting a roll call vote, you may do that at this time.
Absolutely, Mr. President. I move for a roll call vote.
All right, there's a roll call vote that's requested for this particular item. The item number has been read already. Again, just for absolute clarification, a yes vote on this item means that you support this ordinance. A no vote means that you support the veto. Madam Clerk. Okay, for technical rationale, you support the motion, which is the indication of the support of the item. A no vote means you support the veto.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. All right, I will now call on those that have not used their e-device. Alderman Hall. Alderman Mosley. Alderman
Hall is a,
Oh, sorry, Hall.
Alderman Hall is a no.
Alderman Hall is a no. Alderman Mosley. Oh, I was calling the remote, sorry. Alderman Mitchell. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Harris. Alderwoman Harris is a no. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. Yes. O'Shea is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Burnett. Alderman Conway.
Yes.
Conway is a yes. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Sposato, no. Alderman Sposato is a no. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is a yes. Alderwoman Clay.
No.
Clay is a no. Alderwoman Manahoppenworth. Clay is a nay, no. And Manahoppenworth, I'm sorry? No, okay. Anyone else I missed online, virtual? Alderman Mosley? Alderman Burnett, are you there? Okay. Of all those voted that wished, the voting is now closed. 26-20.
Very well, there are 26 yeas, 20 nays. This motion fails. For committee reports, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held committee meetings on February 9th and February 11th, 2026. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance concerning the designation of municipal depositories for the City of Chicago and the Chicago Board of Education for fiscal year 2026. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Very well, seeing no hands, there's a request for this item to be taken up by roll call vote. Members of the body, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. All right, I will call on those who have not used their e-device. Alderman Hall.
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Mitchell. Not in chambers. Alderwoman Coleman. Coleman is a yes. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. Yeah, Alderman O'Shea is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Conway.
Yes.
Conway is a yes. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is a yes. Alderwoman Clay.
Yes.
Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth. Mana Hoppenworth is a yes. Clay is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Burnett. All right, the voting is now closed. Mitchell's not here.
Very well. There are 46 yeas, 0 nays. This motion passes. Alderwoman Harris on the motion to reconsider.
Move to reconsider.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number...
Just a second, Chairwoman. Apologies. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added to the first favorable roll call as a yes.
Be able? Oh, yeah.
Very well. Please add Alderman Mosley as a yes to the most favorable roll call and the subsequent failure of the motion to reconsider. Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance amending the Municipal Code Section 2-32-096 regarding the Department of Finance publication of proposed rules requirement. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of U.S. HUD Section 108 loan guarantee and associated loan agreement with BR Congress Owner LLC for the Congress Theater Rehabilitation Project at 2135 North Milwaukee Avenue in the First Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is the substitute ordinance authorizing an amendment to the redevelopment agreement with BR Congress Owner LLC and the Congress Theater NFP for the property located at 2135 North Milwaukee Avenue in the First Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the assumption of the home loan, a loan subordination, and the restructuring of the loan agreement with the Habitat Company LLC and the sale and transfer of Renaissance St. Luke located at 1501 West Belmont Avenue in the 32nd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is an ordinance authorizing the assumption of multifamily program funds, a loan subordination, the restructuring of the loan agreement with the Habitat Company LLC, and the sale and transfer of Wicker Park Renaissance located at 1527 through 31 North Wicker Park Avenue in the First Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 7 is a resolution introduced by Alderman Beal, 9th Ward, and others, calling on the City of Chicago City Clerk to provide the Illinois Gaming Board with a certified copy of the council ordinance SO 2025-0021719, adopted by the City Council on December 19, 2025, allowing video gaming terminals within the City of Chicago. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Santiago versus City of Chicago, case number 19CV04652, and Fitzgibbons versus City of Chicago, case number 22CV05827, in the total amount of $1,962,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8C is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of William Negron versus Guevara, case number 18CV2701, in the amount of $800,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8D is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Ariel Gomez versus Guevara, case number 18CV3335, in the amount of $4,850,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8E is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Angel Diaz versus Guevara, case number 23CV02575, in the amount of $6,950,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8F is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute settlement order in the case of Demetrius Johnson versus Guevara, case number 20-CV4156, in the amount of $16,600,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 9 is a communication transmitting reports in cases which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of January 2026. This will be placed on file with the clerk.
Thank you.
Item number 10 and 11 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of small claims against the City of Chicago and the denials of payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago. Direct introductions. And if there are no introductions, I move that these items be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 12 is the proposed order authorizing charitable solicitation on the public way permit for Misericordia Foundation, a citywide permit from April 22nd, 2026 to April 25th, 2026. This too will be placed on file with the clerk. Mr. President and members of the City Council, the following item received a do not pass recommendation at committee. Item number 8B is an order authorizing Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Marilyn Rogel as Special Administrator of the estate of Dominga Flores Gomez, deceased, versus City of Chicago, Officer Tobias Houston, Officer Adam Tapling, Officer Mark Peroni, Officer Kevin Sweeney, Sergeant Aaron Murphy, and Juan C. Vasquez, case number 2022 L010886, in the amount of $8,250,000. The Committee on Finance also held a subject matter hearing on February 9th at 10 a.m. and discuss municipal depositories as required by Section 2-32-400 of the Municipal Code, and a resolution introduced by Alderman Matt O'Shea and others calling on a subject matter hearing to discuss the state of the city's cash flow situation and timing/plans to meet advanced pension payment requirements under fiscal year 2026 budget. No votes were taken on this matter. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, the chair recognizes Chair Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations was held a committee meeting on February 10th, 2026. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending the proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2026 amendment within Fund 925. I make the same motion for passage using the first vote on the item of finance.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending the proposed ordinance concerning an amendment of Municipal Code Section 3-56-040 to establish a pilot program for wheels tax license renewals for qualified veterans. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Items 3 through 7 are a series of 5 transfers of funds within the accounts of wards 38, 44, 3, and the Committee on Police and Fire, all for year 2026. Strike that. Wards 38, 44, and 3 items in the Committee on Police and Fire, all for the year 2026. I'll make the same motion if there is no objection.
Did you wish to be recognized? The chair recognizes Alder Villegas.
Mr. President, I apologize, I wasn't in my seat, I was walking around, but item 1 in the budget, around the veteran, that hasn't been talked about yet.
Item number 2?
Item number 2.
No.
Yep, okay, sorry.
Very well.
Premature, sorry about that.
Very well.
No.
Do you wish to still speak to it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, I
to speak
appreciate
to the item previously voted on, item 2 in the budget.
Yeah, I apologize, I was out of my...
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to really thank my colleagues for supporting item 2. This is an issue that takes a look at giving those brave men and women who defend this country on a daily basis, when they're honorably discharged, having them an opportunity to give them a break. This city has done a lot around veterans, and I want to thank my colleagues in this council for doing that. Let me tell you about what are some of the things that this council has done. We've taken a look at codifying the Veteran Business Enterprise Program. We've taken a look at setting aside 10% of the ARO for veterans. We've taken a look at expanding the veterans preference to veterans that are not associated with first responders. And now here we are taking another step at giving veterans a break around their city service. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. This is something that we need to continue to do in supporting and making sure that Chicago is the most friendly veteran city in the country. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Chairman, if you can just restate your motion again.
Yes, for items 3 through 7, which is a series of 5 transfers of funds within wards 38, 44, and 3 in the Committee on Police and Fire, all for the year 2026. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, the chair recognizes Chair Villegas.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council.
Good afternoon.
Reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, which met on Tuesday, February 10th. The committee held a meeting to recommend passage of the following items. Item 1 on the report is an appointment of Jason Estramera as a member of the Community Development Corporation. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 2 on the report is an appointment of Malky C. Brown as a member of the Special Service Area Number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 3 through 5 on the report are reappointments of Anastasia Makridakis, the appointment of Konstantinos Vitogiannis, and the reappointment of A. Thomas Paspalas as a member of Special Service Area Number 16, Greektown. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 6 on the report is reappointment of Timothy S. Klump as a member of Special Service Area Number 18, North Halsted. And item 7 on the report is the reappointment of Jamarin Whitaker as a member of Special Service Area Number 56, Bronzeville. I move for passing these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, next up, we'll do the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. The chair recognizes Chair Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members of City Council, reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on February 3rd, 2026. The committee has 2 reports and recommends the passage of the following items. Item 1 is SR 2025-0018658, expression of continued support for Chicago Area Waterway System or Cause Reclamation Study. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call, vote on the Committee of Finance, and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And item 2 is SR 2025-0018763, the recognition of Lincoln Park Zoo and Chicago Bird Alliance on launching a rat contraceptive pilot program. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Very well, thank you. The Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Chair recognizes Chair Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a meeting on February 11, 2026. The committee has a report recommending passage of 1 ordinances for a land sale. Item number 2 is the summary reports from the Department of Planning and Development for Ordinance 2026-0022514, sale of city-owned property at 1014 South California Avenue to In Good Company Chicago NFP in the 28th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations, the chair recognizes Chair Rodriguez Sanchez.
Reporting for the Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met in January 27th of 2026 at 10 a.m. The committee reports the following recommendations. Item 1 is a resolution calling on Governor J.B. Pritzker to direct the Illinois Commerce Commission to cease all utility disconnection for non-payment universality and to adopt a flexible temporary credit and collection procedure. This item received a do-pass recommendation. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing to hear testimony from legislators, legal experts, and community members directly impacted by the disregard for civil rights and liberties by the federal government's immigration enforcement campaign. By welcoming guests from Minneapolis and our local rapid response networks, no votes were taken on this hearing, and I encourage all of my colleagues to watch the recording. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
You're welcome. Thank you. For the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, the chair recognizes Chair Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on February 10th, 2026, and the following items were passed by the committee. 02025-00211726, a substitute amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 4-64 by adding new Section 4-64-530 regarding issuance of retail tobacco licenses. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
4 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 14th and 17th Ward, 02026-0022527, and others 0022528, 0022472, and 0022487. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Burnett.
Thank you. Could I be added to the most favorable roll call vote in finance?
You sure can. Madam Clerk, could you add? Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell. Very well. Alderman Mitchell would also like to be added to the most favorable roll call in the Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Now for the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Monday, February 9th, 2026. The committee recommended passage of substitute ordinance as amended SO 2024-0010993, which establishes a parking enforcement dispatch system that would route parking enforcement aids to 311 submissions of vehicles parked in crosswalks and bus and bike lanes. If there are no objections, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not asking for a roll call, but I'd like to be listed as voting no on this item.
For this item, there's a request for a roll call vote.
It was?
No, I'm saying, are you asking?
No, I didn't ask for a roll call. I just wanted to be requested.
You want to be recorded as a no?
No on this item.
Very well. So Alderman Moore would like to be recorded as a no on your first item. Alderman Wagasback.
Mr. President, I'd also like to be recorded as a no.
Very well. Could you add Alderman Wagasback, Alderwoman Lee?
So I'd also like to be recorded as a no.
Very well. Alderwoman.
That's fine.
All right. There's a roll call vote for the first item.
SO 2024-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
First item, which one is this? First item? Okay.
Chairman, can you read the item again? Item number.
That is SO 2024-0010993.
Got it.
Very well. And this is the first item in your report.
So, and for clarity, this establishes a parking enforcement dispatch system that would route parking enforcement aids to 311 submissions of vehicles parked in crosswalks and bus and bike lanes.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. I will now take those who have not yet voted on the e-device. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Quinn. I'm sorry, Alderman Hall.
No.
Alderman Hall, did you say no?
No. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Alderman Quinn. Not here, not present chambers. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis is a no. Alderman O'Shea. O'Shea is a no. Alderwoman
Rodriguez,
Taylor.
yes.
Hold on, Alderwoman Taylor? No? Oh, you are no? Okay. O'Shea's a no. Alderman Quinn? Was that Quinn? Okay, sorry. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderperson Fuentes. Fuentes? Fuentes is a no. Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Burnett is a yes. Alderwoman Cruz. Cruz is not present in chambers. Alderman Conway.
Yes.
Conway is a yes. Alderman Quezada. Quezada is a no. Alderwoman Clay.
Yes.
Clay is a yes. Alderwoman Mana-Hoppenworth. Mana-Hoppenworth is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Okay, anyone else I missed? Cruz is not here. Mana-Hoppenworth is a yes. Okay. All right, the voting is now closed. 31-16.
There are 16 yeas, 31 nays. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
He
can't reconsider. He can't reconsider.
I'm a no.
He's a no.
No, he's with the majority.
Oh, so,
Okay, go.
so it's with the majority?
He's with the majority.
Yep. Yeah, that threw me off.
He's with the majority.
You can. That's
Reconsider the vote.
on the motion to reconsider, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no. This motion fails. Kind of. Very well. Chairman LaSpada.
Committee also recommended passage of SO 2025-0021-022, which requires the Chicago Department of Transportation to report to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety at least 30 days prior to any bridge closures, sponsored by Alderman Hopkins. If there are no objections, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
There were also 431 routine traffic items before the committee, all of which passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the same motion.
So ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing with CDOT on complete streets pursuant to Municipal Code of Chicago, Section 10-14. No votes were taken on this item. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For the Committee on Public Safety, the Chair recognizes Chair Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Public Safety, which held a meeting on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. In addition to approving the Rule 45 report for January, your committee recommends passage of the following item: amendment of Municipal Code Section 83260 to replace the term churches with places of worship in noise-sensitive zones. If no one wishes to speak, I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated motion, unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like, for the record to be noted, I vote no on this item, to be recorded as a no vote.
Alderman Moore would like to be recorded as a no. Seeing no other hands, hearing no other Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I do rise in support of this, and I congratulate our sponsors who are making the language more inclusive to correct, as our chairman noted, just an error in the original intent. But I also would challenge my colleagues, many of us who during this hearing referenced the fact that you still have to introduce individual ordinances for individual churches or houses or places of worship, as the law now is stating, if you wish to protect them from the electronic noise and harassment that may come their way. I believe it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are not making it more difficult for places of worship, to be protected, and look forward to working with anyone who wishes to address that matter in the next City Council meeting. Thank you.
Very well. If there are no other hands, no one else wish to speak, the motion has been made on this item. Hearing no other objections, seeing no other hands, so ordered. Chairman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee also considered proposed ordinance 21023, amending municipal code section 44306 to establish lawful procedures for police to request video surveillance footage from private cameras operated on premises under licensure from the City of Chicago. Your committee recommends by vote of this body re-referral of this matter for further consideration by a joint committee of the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Police and Fire.
Thank you. Is there a motion or you're just acknowledging?
Motion to.
Okay, I didn't hear the motion. Apologies. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chair recognizes for the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on February 11, 2026, the following items passed by the majority of members present. Pages 3 and 4 included 10 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 1, 16, 21, 24, 35, 41, 40, 45, and 47. Pages 5 includes items 0202600225517, a memorial for a re-subdivision located in the 47th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Just for clarification, item number 2, the amendment of 2-8-04 0202600225535 was included in that call, correct? Which would be the second item on the report. I just want to make sure that was that included in that call.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Can you restate the number again?
Yeah.
2-8-040020020022-535, the honorary street designation.
Yes.
Okay, and that's for citywide, to my understanding, correct? And not ward specific?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to be just recorded as a no on that item, Mr. Mayor.
Please record Alderman Moore as a no for that item ending in 22535. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very well. Okay.
Kinda.
Yes, the motion has been made despite the division. This motion passes. So ordered. Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, Building, and Standards, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The members of the City Council presenting a series of reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on February 17, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains document number O-2026-0022516, an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority for a Belmont Blue Line Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Study Plan. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2025-0018183, an amendment of the Municipal Code Title 17 by modifying Section 17-3-0207 to remove permit requirements for gas stations in B3, C1, and C2 zoning districts, and by modifying Section 17-9-0109, restricting expansions of gas stations in certain circumstances. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Alderman Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mr. President,
Good afternoon.
members of the committee. Originally, I intended to move to defer and publish this item, but after speaking with its sponsor and others, we had a lengthy discussion on how we can continue to work on this topic to move it forward. I am not in a place where I feel comfortable voting in support, but I look forward to working with my colleague to address the concerns of the impacted businesses and communities. All of us want good partners. All of us believe that many of the businesses, particularly our gas stations owners and operators, are good in our communities. They are necessary in our communities, but we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to ensure that we are all operating on the same page. And for that reason, I would ask to be recorded as no on this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please record Alderman Lopez as a no. The motion has been made despite the division. This motion passes.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2025-0021721, an amendment of the Municipal Code Sections 17-3-0308 and 17-4-0301 regarding new construction minimum automotive parking ratios near CTA or Metro rail stations in downtown districts. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2026-0022453, an amendment of the Municipal Code Section 17-7-0574 to replace in its entirety the boundaries regarding additional dwelling unit allowed RS areas. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains the historic landmark designation for the Humboldt and Sacramento extensions to the Logan Square Boulevards district located at the 16 through 1800 blocks of North Humboldt Boulevard, the 10 to 1100 blocks of North Sacramento Ave, and the east side of the 900 block of North Sacramento Boulevard located in the 26th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains the historic landmark designation of the original Providence Baptist Church, located at 515 North Pine Avenue in the 37th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on, pages 1 through 2 contain 3 fee waivers for historical landmark properties in the 4th and 34th Wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Pages 2 through 13 contain various map amendments in Wards 1, 3, 8, 14, 17, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 40, 44, and 47. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection, but noting that 2 alders wish to speak on document number O-2025-0021731, which is found on page 10 at the top of page 10 in the summary.
Very well. If those alders could raise their hand to be acknowledged. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this matter, but more importantly to just signify this moment, the significance of this moment. For me, it ends a 10-year journey called Lincoln Yards. When we take this vote, that will mark the official demise of the concept of Lincoln Yards. It will no longer exist by virtue of the action we're taking today. So I do have to acknowledge that it was not completely in vain. There is one rather attractive yet unfortunately empty building that exists. Perhaps more importantly, $30 million of environmental remediation that was completed on the 53-acre site, which was a highly contaminated brownfield after a legacy of steel mills and scrap yards, metal shredding, all sorts of highly contaminated industries, including, by the way, the last factory in the United States of America to continue manufacturing the chemical DDT into the late 60s. So the cleanup was necessary, and it has been completed, which sets the stage for the next chapter of this 53-acre plot, which has now been bifurcated into 2 sections, the northern section, which we're about to approve the zoning map amendment for today. But I want to point out that Lincoln Yards as a concept had 2 separate and distinct components to it. There was the private development piece that included the high rises and the 14 million square feet of mixed-use space and the 6,000 residential units, including 1,000 affordable. But there was also $800 million in public infrastructure improvements that were included and mandated as part of that deal. And as we go forward today, we're leaving all that behind. We're approving a new, arguably better private development component under a new developer. And by the way, the community is largely in support of the changes that were made. There's less density, shorter buildings, a more attractive design in many ways. But we're abandoning the $800 million in roads, bridges, utilities, transit improvements that were mandated under the previous deal. And that is unacceptable. And it is the justification for my no vote today. As we mentioned earlier, under the Committee on Pedestrian Safety, we passed an ordinance requiring CDOT to tell us when they're going to close a bridge. Because a few months ago, when they closed the Cortland Bridge in the area that will soon become Foundry Park, the resulting traffic nightmare that was created was irrefutable proof of the need for traffic and transit improvements in that area now, today, before we break ground on the next project for Foundry Park, before we break ground on the to-be-yet-named component on the southern piece of it. Again, it'll be thousands of new housing units, thousands of new families, tens of thousands of square feet of new mixed-use development, and no infrastructure to support it as of today. We cannot allow that to happen. That is unfair to the current residents. It's unfair to the developers who are stepping up to invest in our city and who are intending to build a new mixed-use community that will be attractive to all of us. It's our obligation as a city to do what we are required to do, to build a new bridge over the river, to fix the metro station, to rebuild the Elston and Armitage intersection, which is a mess. All those things that were promised to the neighborhood as a contingent for their support of Lincoln Yards, and as of now, we're walking away from it. For that reason, I vote no, and I hope that we can eventually correct this problem and return the $800 million in TIF funding that is necessary to build the infrastructure for this community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Wagisback.
Mr. President, just want to talk a little bit about the Foundry Park plan, which is vastly different from the plan that we saw several years ago. We do have significant transportation challenges in this area, and I think that the real solutions for this are going to involve a more holistic approach, which working with Department of Transportation, working with planning and development, we will see results happen as this project moves forward. And I want to commend you, Mayor, for the staff at DPD and CDOT. They have been working diligently on the transportation issues as we move this project forward. We talked a little bit about it at the Plan Commission. And as each piece moves forward, they're going to come back to Plan Commission, come back to zoning to make sure that the process is done correctly and that we're going through the right procedures to make sure that we improve this area as a whole. I think a successful site here is going to be in coordination with this developer, with the departments, and I think with the community groups. We do have a lot of transportation needs in this area. The original plan for Lincoln Yards talked about $800 million in improvements, but when you look at the area as a whole, when you talk about the intersections, the metro station, the bridges in this area, like all of ours across the city that are in great need of assistance from the federal government, we're talking actually into the billions of dollars. So it's well beyond, I think, what was originally intended. Those of us that have been impacted by all the road closures and the bridge closures on the near north side and West Loop, that is a huge impact. I do not like the fact that Cortland was closed down so quickly. However, this gives the developer an opportunity to work on the infrastructure, work on the Riverwalk, do all the things that have been provided for in the redevelopment agreement, and hopefully move forward with it. And I think finally, I want to thank the chairman for continuing to move this thing forward. It sends a great message, I think, to the development community for our city that Chicago is still open for business, that we can move forward with fantastic projects like this, and despite the 7-year hiccup, we're moving in the right direction. So I would ask for the council's favorable consideration of this item, and again, thank you, Chairman, for your diligence in moving this forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you. The motion has been made for those items, but Alderman Hopkins would like to be recorded as a no on that, on the item. Which number was that?
2025-0021731.
Very
on the
well.
top of page 10.
Very well. Despite the division, this motion still passes. So ordered.
Lastly, page 17 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, in wards 4, 11, 21, 23, 27, 28, 29, 32, 34, 35, 36, 42, and 40. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the agreed-upon calendar on those matters, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris. Oh, we have a joint committee? Oh, my apologies. The joint committee. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez will report this joint committee out.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Joint Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights and Police and Fire, which held a committee meeting on January 27th of 2026. One item was recommended for passage by the Joint Committee O2025-002.
Just a second. Can you just let him finish his statement, please? Then I'll acknowledge you. Please continue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. O2025-002-0004, which is an amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-78-120 to modify powers and duties of the Civilian Office of Police Accountability to include conducting investigations into complaints made against members of the Chicago Police Department. I move passage of O2025-002-0004 by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor. The chair recognizes Alder Tabarez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, along with other alders, Alderman Beal, Alderman Napolitano, and Alderman Lopez, motion to defer and publish this item.
Very well. Can you alders confirm? Alders Bill? Very well. This motion will be deferred and published. Thank you. Anything else, Chair? Vasquez?
Nothing I'm going to say here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Concludes my report.
You're welcome. Now, for the agreed-upon calendar, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
From Clerk Andrea M. Valencia, a total of 140 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Clerk Valencia from the following alderpersons: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Lee, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Talaferro, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Knudsen, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, Alderperson Clay, Alderperson Hatton, and 3 additional resolutions from Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Moore, and Alderperson Cicho Lopez. I move these in the omnibus, sir.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For new business, the clerk will begin with the 50th Ward.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemption from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Hoppenworth and Alderperson Lawson have proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Laurie Cannon Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Gardner has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 45th Ward Aldermanic Expense account to the wage allowance account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Gardner also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 8-4-350, to establish enhanced penalties for offenses committed in public transportation safety zones, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lawson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Title 4, by modifying various sections regarding Wrigley Field special club fees, alcohol liquor operations, and adjacent area rooftop hours, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Knudsen has a proposed ordinance for parking meters at 606 through 612 West Wrightwood Avenue for removal, and 500-504 West Deming Place and 501 through 507 West Deming Place for installation, which is referred to the Committee on Traffic, Pedestrian, and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley and others have a proposed resolution to call on Cook County to reimburse Chicago Public Schools and City of Chicago for financial losses resulting from delayed distribution of property tax proceeds, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Napolitano has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 41st Ward Aldermanic Expense Account to the Wage Allowance Account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-29-040, to direct Executive Director of Emergency Management and Communications to increase public awareness regarding hazardous conditions created by federal immigration enforcement activities, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Vasquez also has a proposed order for the Department of Procurement Services directing them to conduct study on active contracts/vendors with City of Chicago, also contracted/vending/goods and services to federal immigration enforcement activities, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Vasquez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Titles 4 and 9 regarding post-towing obligations and prohibited acts and fees, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Vasquez also has a proposed order for the Chicago Police Department, the Office of Emergency Management and Communications, and the Mayor's Office to provide certain documentation regarding any request for city support or presence related to immigration enforcement activities, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Two committees called, the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, the Committee on Police and Fire. The matters referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Nugent and others have proposed a resolution to call on the Mayor Johnson and the administration to implement the 2026 budget package, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Nugent and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance for the year 2026 regarding ward wage allowance accounts, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Villegas has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Chicago Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for the Commissioner of Transportation directing to identify information technology companies to provide asset management software for the City of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings to examine Chicago Housing Authority's compliance with federal disability laws, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Wagasback has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3162 North Clybourne Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagasback also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of Northwestern Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Telefiero has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 29th Ward Aldermanic Expense Account to the Wage Allowance Account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Telefiero also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary George Edward Manning II Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Telefiero also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Charlotte A. Montella Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderpersons Telefiero, Burnett, and Irvin have a proposed resolution for designation of the Austin Satellite Senior Center as Lillian Drummond Austin Satellite Senior Center, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Irvin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-155, by adding a new Section 4-155-045 to prohibit issuance of video gaming licenses in the 28th Ward, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Burnett has proposed ordinance for designation of the 1415 North Dayton Street as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for parking meters at 1107 through 1121 North Orleans Street, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of parking meters at 210 through 216 North Peoria Street, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Fuentes has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Rafael Cruz Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Fuentes also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Julio Horacio Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2605 West Cermak Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Cicho Lopez also has a proposed resolution for commemoration of Mexican Heritage Day Association and support and call for declaring February 2nd as Mexican American Heritage Day, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Scott has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mrs. L.C. Stamps Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mosley has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Brainerd for Life Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mosley also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Morgan Park Roots Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Coleman has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of South Ashland Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Coleman also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the status of Chicago Police Department's implementation of a records management system, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development and the members of the Committee on Police and Fire. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed resolution for amendment of City Council Rules of Order and Procedure for the years 2023 through 2027 by modifying Rule 55 to require video recordings of City Council and committee meetings to be downloadable, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Lopez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-4-059, to require all budgetary data and annual and mid-year reports be presented to the public in PDF and editable Excel format, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Lopez and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 11-12, by adding a new Article 10 to create backflow mitigation valve installation programs, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Lopez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of South Hermitage Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for approval of plat of Commerce Park Chicago Subdivision 1, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Harris has a proposed ordinance for vacation and dedication of streets and alleys in the area bounded by South Dobson Avenue, East 76th Street, South Greenwood Avenue, and East 77th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Dowell has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3907 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Hopkins has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 10-32-055, to limit height of non-tree plants in narrative and pollinator gardens to 36 inches, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderperson Hopkins also has proposed ordinance to repeal a taxicab stand number 710 at 1166 North State Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Laspada has proposed ordinance for approval of Belmore Estates subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Laspada also has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the First Ward automatic expense account to the wage allowance account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Laspada and others have proposed order to call on the City of Chicago to develop ADA transition plan in accordance with requirements of the American Disabilities Act, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. And Alderpersons Lopez and Tabarez have a proposed resolution calling for hearings on the apprehension policies of the Chicago Police Department, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of automatic introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for the approval of the journal. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the January 21st, 2026 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Now for unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
I'm requesting a 15-minute recess. I make a motion for a 15-minute recess, please.
Very well. All those in favor of a 15-minute recess? Very well. There is a roll call request. First of all, there is a motion on the floor for a 15-minute recess. That motion has been requested to be taken up by roll call. Madam Clerk, if you can make the e-vote applications available so that the City Council members can record their votes. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
I'm just curious why the request, that's all. I mean, I support it.
Very well. Before the roll call vote
15-minute recess
proceeds, Alderman Sposato would like to understand a rationale.
Yes, that's all.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. An opportunity for members of the City Council to have a discussion before a potential introduction.
Okay, the rationale has been provided that there are members of the body that wish to have a discussion before a matter is taken up by this body. Very well. The motion on the floor is for a 15-minute recess. There is a roll call vote. 15-minute. Roll call vote. Members, please use your e-vote application at this time to record your vote.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. Voting is now open. While you guys go to caucus, I've got some Girl Scouts back here on selling. For Rihanna's troop, just saying. Right down here. I will now call on those that have not used the e-device. Alderman Hopkins. Not present. Alderman Robinson. Not present. Alderman Beal. Oh, Alderman Hall.
No.
Hall is no. Alderman Beal. He's doing the, Alderman Chico. I'll come back to him. Chico, yay? Chico is a yes? Yes, Chico is a yes. Alderwoman Ramirez. Alderwoman Ramirez. Yes or no? Alderman Ramirez is a no. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is not present. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderperson Fuentes. Fuentes is a yes. Alderman Burnett.
No.
Fuentes, I'm sorry, is a no. Alderman Conway. Fuentes is a no.
Yes.
Conway is a yes. Alderman Vasquez. Vasquez is a no. Alderman Knudsen. Knudsen is a yes. Alderman Lawson. Lawson is a yes. Alderwoman Clay.
Yes.
Clay is a yes. Alderman Martin. Martin is a yes. Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth. Mana Hoppenworth is a no. Alderwoman Haddon. Not present. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez. Anyone else walk in? All right, the voting is now closed. 31-13.
There are 31 yeas, 13 nays. This motion passes. 15-minute recess. I know we worked so hard to make sure that we had recess in our schools, now in City Council. So this meeting will be called back to order. Alderman Mitchell, on any unfinished business.
Mr. President, I'm aware of one piece of unfinished business which was filed by Alderman Lawson, and I defer to him.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold this item.
Very well. Alderman Lawson has asked for the item to be held. Very well. Thank you. Now for miscellaneous. So is there any other unfinished business? That's the only item that you were aware of, correct? Thank you. For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any piece of... I'm sorry, Mr.
This
President.
is for the ordinance that's setting.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Moore. Except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any further miscellaneous business.
Very well. Then for the date and time of the next meeting, Alderman Mitchell.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time for the next meeting.
Thank you, sir. For the clerk, could you please read the ordinance?
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on March 18th, 2026, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the council chamber on the second floor of City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in honors be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of
For the
Finance.
passage in the omnibus, hearing no objection, so ordered. Now for the omnibus, Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Now for the motion to adjourn, Alderman Mitchell.
There being no business, further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.